Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, let us all rise for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Again, good afternoon to every single one of you. Before we begin, please rise for the Philippine National Anthem. All right. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Myros Ponon, ang Deputy Alliance Convener ng National Youth Volunteers Coalition at welcome sa ating Online MISMO, National Youth Volunteers Summit at magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Kamusta kayo? Napakaganda ng hapon na to. Today is another opportunity for us to learn from these diverse speakers coming from different fields. Kamusta naman kaya ang ating mga kamismo? Kamusta kayo? Comment down below there on YouTube. At para naman natin malaman ang ating kalagayan ng ating mga kamismo, kausapin naman natin si Kuya Kevin, ang ating Vice President for Administration ng NYBC. Kuya Kevin, nandiyan ka ba? Ano bang lagay ng mga kamismo natin dyan? Mga participants natin coming from around the Philippines. Kuya Kevin?
Hi! Kamismo. Good afternoon to all. So magbabasa tayo ng mga messages sa ating chat box YouTube Live. So from Mr. Albert Lee, good afternoon everyone and watching from Montevideo City, also the attendance. Thank you for very much for this opportunity. Stay healthy and safe people. And from Roy Vincent Montenegro, hi guys. Good afternoon. Ito kay Miss Norjana G. Lalawag. Good afternoon, watching here from DOS, Maguindanao. Good afternoon rin. Also from Celestil Bernas. Hi everyone, I'm Celestil Bron Bernas from Davao City. Marami-rami pa tayo ito. From Vincent Benapan Valenzuela. Greetings from Kalinga Province, Cordillera Region. So kitang-kita natin mayroon sa napaka-national ng ating mismo today, no? So mamaya makita natin ang ating kalagayan ng ating mga kamismo sa YouTube Live. So for now, back to you, Myros.
All right, maraming salamat Kuya Kevin. Again, Kuya Kevin is our Vice President for Administration ng NYBC. Thank you rin sa mga nagko-comment kay Albert, kay Leroy, Norjana at sa lahat ng nanonood sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas. At actually, pinagdidiriwang na rin kasi natin ang second anniversary ng NYBC or ng National Youth Volunteers Coalition. At I've been part of NYBC for a year at napakarami na talagang naging proyekto, programa na nagawa ng NYBC kagaya ng MISMO. Pero syempre, maraming mga first time na naging participants or narinig ang NYBC. So, siguro, unang tanong yan for today, no? Ano nga ba ang MISMO? Ang MISMO ay isang proyekto ng NYBC na lumilibot sa iba't ibang panig ng bansa para tipunin ang mga youth volunteer at i-celebrate ang kanilang initiatives, ating mga initiatives towards nation building. what is the mission of MISMO? Why are we doing this? This nationwide volunteerism awareness and appreciation. We recognize noble acts of volunteerism as vital partners in economic and community. For us to redefine the role of the Filipino youth in all aspects and to create environment for voluntary action. Isang tanong lang yan. May isang tanong after just recognizing what MISMO is. Handa na ba kayo, mga ka-MISMO? Kasi bago tayo magsimula, I will be showing and I'll be telling you our 7 house rules. Again, 7 house rules. Number 1, please log in to your YouTube credentials by using your Google account. Sometimes it's also actually your Gmail address because both are from Google itself. Number 2, click the YouTube live link which were sent by us, the organizers. So please check your email. All details are there. Number 3, once you have logged into the live session, please do not post anything on the chat box unless us, the moderators, have told you so. Number 4, observe proper chat etiquette using the chat box. Of course, we have to be open-minded. Number 5, the delegates are expected to cooperate and actively participate in during the forum. And of course, number 6, delegates should finish the whole event for you guys to receive the certificate of appearance and certificate of participation. And number 7, if you do have any concerns, us, the organizing committee, will be happy and willing to help you out. So again, these are the 7 house rules flashed at the screen below. So since the attendance form just actually closed last 1:30, so again, please check make sure that you have registered for our attendance. Now, without further ado, ano pa bang gagawin natin? Let us now officially start the Online MISMO National Youth Volunteers Summit. And of course, to formally start our event, here is Mr. Franz Raymond Navarion, CEO of the National Youth Volunteers Coalition, for him to give the welcome remarks.
Ayan. So maraming salamat, Myrus, sa napaka-warm na introduction. Unang-una sa lahat, isang pagbati ng may ngiti sa aking mga labi at pag-ibig sa aking puso. Ayan. So una, ang tanong ko ay kamusta kayo? So salamat sa lahat ng mga more than 200 na delegates ng First Online MISMO National Youth Volunteer Summit. Ayan. So ngayon, alam natin na this is the new normal. So walang makakapigil sa ating mga kabataan na mag-connect sa isa't isa. So kahit meron tayong challenge ng pandemic, ay nagagawa pa rin natin na makapag-meet at syempre makapagbigay ng ating mga suggestion at idea upang makatulong sa mga problema ng bansa at syempre ng buong mundo. So ngayon, gusto kong pasalamatan ang ating mga organizers ng online summit na ito. Of course, sa pamumuno ni ang ating VP for Admin na si Kevin Lucy. At ang ating mga speakers na hindi nagdalawang isip tanggapin ang hamon upang magbahagi ng kanilang karanasan patungkol sa volunteerismo. Unang-una, sa PNVSCA, sa ating National Youth Commission, sa 2030 Youth First in the Philippines, sa kanila, maraming salamat. Siyempre, ngayon, wina-welcome ko ulit kayo at sinisimulan na natin ang online summit na ito. At sa IAMMAD pala, sa IAMMAD, thank you rin sa pagpapaunlak. Ayan, so ngayon, sana matutunan natin ito at siyempre, pag nabalik na tayo sa tunay na normal nating pamumuhay, ay may apply natin na matututunan natin sa hapon na ito. Ayan, so si NYVC, mas makikilala niyo pa siya sa susunod na magpe-present. Pero yun, kami ay nabubuhay sa mantra na Sino MISMO, tayo mismo at #volunteerism. Yun lamang at maraming salamat sa inyo.
All right, thank you so much, Kuya Franz. Thank you. All right. So, napakaganda naman ng way na yun sa pag-welcome sa ating mga ka-MISMO at of course sa ating mga guest speakers for today's festivities. And now, ang tanong ko nga sa inyo, tulad nga ng sinabi ni Kuya Franz, sino mismo? Tayo mismo. Ayan. So, ang tanong ko rin sa inyo, alam nyo ba ang 5 W's ng NYVC? Ang NYVC ay may 5 W's. So, syempre, we also have someone to give you na bibigyan tayo ng mas klarong explanation mula sa isa nating kasama sa NYVC. Kung kanina, we had our National President, let me now introduce to you our Executive Vice President of the National Youth Volunteers Coalition. Let's all welcome Crescencio, or as we like to call, Kuya Casey Bacolod. Hello, Kuya!
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Myers. No, maraming salamat. And magandang hapon din po sa ating mga speakers and of course to our mga kamismo na nanonood sa atin ngayon sa YouTube. So I had the opportunity to present to you the 5 W's of NYVC. So dito natin malalaman kung sino sa NYVC, ano yung mga ginagawa natin sa loob ng 2 taon na nabubuhay yung organization. So, ayan, wait, sandali lang. Okay na yung presentation. So, alam ko marami na sa inyo narinig nyo na kung sino si NYVC, nakapag-participate na kayo ng mismo o ng iba't iba naming proyekto. Pero dito, mas papalawakin pa natin ang idea natin at kaalaman natin kung sino nga ba talaga tayo. So, first, who are we? Who is NYVC? Okay, so sa NYVC, technically, we are also known as NYVC or National Youth Volunteers Coalition. We are a non-stock and non-profit youth serving organization that enables, empowers, yun, and nurtures Filipino youth volunteers and organizations to secure sustainable, fueled, and purpose-driven volunteerism for our country or for our citizenry. So technically, nag-i-exist kami para sa kabataan na ma-ignite natin yung spirit of volunteerism sa kanila. So nabuo ang National Youth Volunteers Coalition last 2018 during the first ever volunteers camp ng National Youth Commission. So doon kami nagkasama-sama ng iba't ibang volunteers around the country. And yun, napag-desisyon namin na gumawa ng isang coalition or isang network na, alam mo yun, magko-connect sa iba't ibang volunteer organization or tutulong sa mga kabataan na makapag-volunteer. Kasi marami naman gusto nila mag-volunteer but they do not have any idea where to go. Sino ang lalapitan, paano mag-volunteer, or anong mga karapatan nila as a volunteer. So sa NYVC, we have a mission and vision of absolutely. So our mission is to enable, empower, and nurture Filipino youth volunteers and organization to secure a sustainable, fueled, and purpose-driven volunteerism for our citizenry. Yan talaga ang mission namin. Gusto naming buhayin ang spirit of volunteerism o yung bayanihan na tinatawag natin sa ating mga kabataan. And of course, we have a long-term vision that National Youth Volunteers Coalition will be the center for an excellent and dynamic volunteerism touching lives, promoting resiliency and reigniting patriotism. So hindi lang siya nagfo-focus sa volunteerism itself, pero nakafocus din siya sa mga aspect which connects to volunteers. Ayun, like promoting resiliency and of course reigniting patriotism sa ating mga kabataan. So the logo of NYVC naman, so as you can see, our logo, the blue spirit and resilience, yellow signifies joy and enthusiasm, red action and passion, gray age and wisdom. So technically, yung logo namin, it represents the burning desire of these young people na makatulong sa mga volunteers natin at sa mga kabataan ng Pilipinas. So that's who we are. So technically, ayun, nabuo kami last 2018 and up until now, we are still working. And yun, napakalawak ng vision namin, not just for the Filipino, but for the country itself. So ngayon naman, let's try to what we do. So ngayong alam na natin kung sino kami, ano naman yung mga projects na ginagawa ni National Youth Volunteers Coalition. So we have 5 flagship projects. So first is the Online MISMO, or ito yung tinatawag nating Youth Volunteer Summit, yun na nga, caravan na umiikot sa buong Pilipinas. So ito yung latest namin na Volunteer MISMO, itong online MISMO natin. So sabi nga kanya ni Kuya Franz, this is the new normal, so we must adapt with it. So walang makakapigil sa atin, technically. Walang instances or pangyayari na makakapigil sa atin na tumulong at maghatid ng serbisyo para sa kabataan. So ano nga ba yung MISMO? So ayun, MISMO Youth Volunteer Summit, it's a nationwide caravan. So primarily it aims to spread awareness and principles, effects and stories of volunteerism and how youth initiative and projects can contribute to the nation building. So mini-mainstream namin dito kung gaano ka-importante ang pagiging isang volunteer. So ayan, nagkaroon na kami ng unang volunteer MISMO last 2018 sa FEU. ito naman sa San Pedro, Laguna. And after ng San Pedro, Laguna, we moved to Visayas. So yun, nagkaroon rin tayo ng Youth Volunteer Summit 2019 Visayas sa Cebu City. And after sa Cebu, nasundan din ulit siya sa Visayas, sa Iloilo. It's the Youth Volunteer Summit Western Visayas. Then after sa Western Visayas, nagtungo naman tayo ulit sa Central Visayas sa mismo Youth Volunteer Summit sa University of San Jose Recoletos sa Cebu din to. Then after sa Cebu, ayun, nangyari na talaga ang isa sa mga pinapangarap naming mismo, which is yung mismo Youth Volunteer Summit Mindanao 2018. So yun ang kauna-unahang mismo caravan na ginanap sa Mindanao nitong January lang. So supposed to be magkakaroon din sana ng Bangsamoro. Ngunit ayun, due to pandemic, unexpected, uncertainty things happen. So yun, na-move si Barm. Pero ayun, mangyayari talaga siya when things are getting better. So yun, that's the first flagship project of National Youth Volunteers Coalition. So the next project we have is what we call the Project Footprint. So ayun, Project Footprint aims to tap various children in the Philippines by giving them hope and in-kind such as toys, reading, and writing material. So personally, ito talaga yung pinaka-favorite ko because every time we do this, it reminds me of why volunteers, why youth leaders are keep on moving forward. So ito yung nagpapaalala sa atin na, especially sa akin, kung bakit natin to ginagawa. So nagpupunta kami sa mga iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas. So itong picture nito, it was taken in Baseco, Tondo. So ayun, nakakataba ng puso. So meron ding nakapag-conduct na rin kami ng footprint sa Mindanao. So ayan, itong photos na to sa Baseco pa rin to. So this is in partnership, of course, with different non-government organization din. Then ito yung footprint na ginawa namin after mismo Mindanao. It was, nakalimutan ko kung saan yung lugar, pero medyo malayo talaga siya, like super malayo siya. It took us like an hour para makaakyat sa bundok na to, pero hindi yun naging hindrance sa amin. Lalo nung nakita namin yung tuwa ng mga batang to. So yun yung pangalawang flagship project ng NYVC. So the next is, we called it the Project Tindog. So alam naman natin, Philippines, we are really vulnerable to different disaster, climate change effects. So ginawa namin si Project Tindog para tumulong sa ating mga kababayan. So primarily, Project Tindog, it's a fundraising activity to seek and send donation in kind such as relief goods during natural and man-made calamities and emergencies. So syempre hindi lang nag-exist sa NYVC para tulungan yung mga kabataan na mag-volunteer. But we are also existing because gusto rin namin makatulong sa mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan ng tulong. Like this photo, it was taken during our Project Tindog for the benefits of Mindanao, nung nag-earthquake sa Mindanao at saka yung nagbagyo rin sa Visayas. So yun, this is in partnership with different youth serving organization din dito sa Pilipinas like Youth Force, Advocates of the Philippines, then of course the AFP. So yun, si NYBC kasi napaka-diverse. Sinisiguro namin na, alam mo yun, we are really partnering not just with NGOs but also with the government agencies na makakatulong din sa atin. So yun, that's Project Tindog. So our next project is what we call the Brigada Pagbasa. So si Brigada Pagbasa, it was launched last year. So it's with collaboration project with DepEd and World Vision that aims to improve functional literacy in the Philippines. So technically hindi pa namin siya nalo-launch on NYVC pero on the process na siya dahil nga nagkaroon ng pandemic. So things are adjusting. So ina-adjust namin lahat para maka-adapt din si Brigada Pagbasa sa new normal. And of course, our last but not the least project. So this project is the first ever project of NYVC that focuses not just on one specific advocacy but three advocacies. So it aims to spread awareness on safety, health, and environment among the children and students. And just a quick trivia, this Project I Care, ito yung recently lang napanalunan namin sa isang global fund ng She Foundation. It's a South Korea-based foundation. So napanalunan to ng National Youth Volunteers Coalition. So the project will be rolling out by next month. So may tatlong beneficiaries yung projects, which is one of the most vulnerable places in the Philippines. So sa Luzon, yung Taal, kung saan naapektuhan sila talaga ng pagsabog ng Bulkang Taal. Sa Visayas naman is yung Tacloban or yung Leyte, which is affected ng Typhoon Yolanda, at hindi lang ng Typhoon Yolanda but yung mga nakaraang bagyo pa after ng Yolanda. And of course, sa Mindanao, sa Marawi, yung naapektuhan naman ng siege sa Marawi, sa Mindanao. So yun, that's Project iCare. So technically, next month, we will start rolling out the Project iCare, and we cannot wait to see paano to mangyayari, lalong-lalo na sa mga kabataan na mababago ang buhay. So yun, so that's how we do it. Yun yung mga flagship projects ng National Youth Volunteers Coalition. Now is how we work. This is the third W, no? How we work. So technically, National Youth Volunteers Coalition collaborates with various local government units and non-government organizations in conducting volunteer activities as well as training, seminars, and summits. Also seeks and applies for various grant competition in order to sustain operation. Since ano nga tayo, sabi ko nga kanina, si NYVC ay hindi lang siya nag-exist because of us or sa mga organizer or sa mga people behind. We are also existing because of our partners. So we have partners in the government, we have partners in the national NGOs. So yun, like this photo, this is in partnership sa Brigada Pagbasa with Department of Education, while yung sa next photo naman, ito yung sa Iloilo, partnership with Municipality of Tabuanan. Okay. It's somehow part in Iloilo, no? Nakipag-partner din kami sa kanila para sa kanilang mga activities dati. As I can remember, nagkaroon kami ng activity na pininturahan namin yung mga pedestrian lane nila ng rainbow flag. So it was very fulfilling. So yun. And of course, dahil non-stock and non-profit si NYVC, ayun, paano namin yung question kasi paano namin masusustain yung organization. So yun, we apply into various grant competition like what I said a while ago, yung She Korea Foundation, even yung mismo Caravan. So last year we won the Global Seed Grant of mismo sa isang grant dito sa Philippines. So yun din. So yun ang reason bakit kami nag-exist. So next is who we help. Sino naman ang tinutulungan ng NYVC? Or kanino ba talaga? Kanino kami nakafocus? National Youth Volunteers Coalition aids unfortunate youth in various areas, especially in the remote places by providing volunteer opportunities as well as training, seminars, and etc. So yun, just like what you can see in the picture, no, this photo was taken in Cebu. It was a youth leadership summit in partnership with AFP. So they asked us no tumulong sa kanila kasi yun may bago kasi silang may parang bagong team yung AFP. It's the new AFP we can trust. And they involve different youth organizations, lalo na yung mga kabataan ngayon na we have bright ideas and good inputs on how they can improve their projects. So yun, we have been invited by them. So nagsalita tayo sa iba't ibang youth leadership summit sa Central Visayas. Then of course pumunta rin tayo sa mga bundok, bulbok ng Cebu to meet these young people no na mag-conduct ng mga short programs. So yun, we exist because we want to help lalo na dun sa mga nangailangan talaga ng tulong. And of course, the last W is why NYVC. So bakit kami? Grabe yung question na yan. So yun, NYVC aims to be the center of excellent and dynamic volunteerism, touching lives, promoting resiliency, and reigniting patriotism. So technically, NYVC, hindi lang kami isang organization, but we are a family. A family that grows together, a family that treat each other equally. And, based on my personal experience, no, wala nang ikagaganda pa sa pamilyang to. This is my second family. And I will also love to grab this opportunity to invite you guys to register to be a member of National Youth Volunteers Coalition. Kasi si NYVC, hindi lang po siya isang organization. ng mga kabataan na volunteers, but we are a family. We treat each other fairly and of course with love. So, ayun, that's the 5 Ws of NYVC, and yun ang lagi naming tinatanong sa huli. Sino mismo? Sino pa ba ang magtatayo ng bandera ng Pilipinas? Sino pa ba ang tutulong sa kabataan ng Pilipinas? Sino pa ba ang tutulong na maibangon muli ang Pilipinas kundi tayo? So sino mismo? Tayo mismo. So thank you so much everyone for listening. So I can't wait to see you guys around. Thank you. Myros.
Grabe. Thank you so much, Kuya Casey. Totoo, talagang pamilya dito sa NYVC. Oo, I can relate so much to that. Ang galing, no? How you can summarize a 2-year organization with activities every day all over the Philippines with 5 W. So thank you again, Kuya Casey. Maraming salamat po sa paliwanag mo sa 5 Ws ng NYVC. Again, before we begin actually to our program, to those late in attendance, please email National Youth Volunteers Coalition so that we may assist you, because we have been informed that some have been late for our registration, and since the registration link is not working already because it had a time limit. So again, please email us so that we may assist you. Before we begin, to our next speaker, again, please use our hashtag NYVC Let's Vote In, hashtag NYVC Second Anniv, hashtag volunteerism. Sinasabi ko na sa inyo, I encourage you to do that. Kasi, we will actually have a raffle later. I'm officially announcing now that we have a raffle for prizes. Kaya abangan nyo mamaya kung paano kayo mananalo. Without further ado, let's start. Sino mismo? Tayo mismo. And now, since we are talking about youth volunteerism in the Philippines and us as the Filipino youth, we have to talk about what the Philippine Youth Development Plan is, of course led by our National Youth Commission. Our first speaker is a parliamentarian during the 11th National Youth Parliament. He is also the National Youth Representative at Youth for Safety Philippines and a board member of the Davao and Chapter and National Council member of the Family Planning Organization of the Philippines. He is also a former regional president at Pag-asa Youth Association in the Philippines here in the Davao region. He also has served as the youth ambassador of SEAP of the 39th SHIP for Southeast Asian Youth Program. Mga kamismo, let us welcome the Davao Area Officer of the National Youth Commission, Mr. Meiji. Good afternoon.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon everyone. Of course, I would like to thank first the National Youth Volunteers Coalition for always inviting the National Youth Commission to be in partner with them with their youth development programs. Of course, this afternoon, I will be presenting to you 3 presentations. First is the updated Philippine Youth Development Plan. We have 2 presentations for that. And also another is for the Youth Organization Registration Program. Ayan, so I heard na ang dami, meron tayong ilang attendees ngayon, meron tayong almost 200 na attendees. And I would like to congratulate NYVC in advance for that. All right. Okay, NYC by virtue of the Republic Act 8044 is, of course, we are mandated as the policy-making coordinating body of all youth-related institutions, programs, projects, and activities of the government. And of course, to be able to do that, we have our vision and enable involved and patriotic youth realizing their aspirations. And also our mission is to promote sustainable developmental policies and programs for the youth and with the Filipino youth. So the Philippine Youth Development Plan 2017-2022, which is basically a participatorily developed, participation focused plan to enable, promote, and ensure the rights and welfare of the Filipino youth. So ano yung basis ng Philippine Youth Development Plan? Of course, as a National Youth Commission, meron kaming tinatawag na National Youth Assessment Study and the Philippine Youth Development Index to be able to formulate this Philippine Youth Development Plan 2017 and 2022. And of course, meron kaming basis from the National Youth Commission Initiatives. Meron kaming, sa sinabi ko kanina, meron kaming NYAS or tinatawag na National Youth Assessment Study. And also the Philippine Youth Development Index, PYDP 2011-2016. And of course, the participation of the Regional Youth Advisory Council, the National Youth Convention presentations, and also national regional consultations and the National Youth Agenda Statement. And also, meron din tayong basis from the international and national programs. And SDG has 17 goals, and PYDP contribute to goal number 3, the health and well-being, 4, quality education, and 5, gender and equality, 8, decent work and economic growth, and 10, the reduced inequalities, and also 13 in climate action, 16 in peace, justice, and strong institutions. So isa yung sa mga naging basis natin to be able to formulate the Philippine Development Plan. And who are the Filipino youth? As per RA 8044, these are the Filipino youth from 15 to 17, we call them the child youth, and 18 to 24, the poor youth, and 25 to 30 years old are those who are young adults. Ayan, and the Filipino youth, they comprise 28.89%, and that is 30.3 million of the population. So ganun kadami ang kabataang Pilipino. That's why this is very important na we're still claiming that the Filipino youth is the hope of the motherland. Kaya hindi pwede na wala tayong gawin lang. Kasi tingnan mo, ganito kadami ang kabataan. If we do not have a concrete plan for the youth, paano na lang yung future ng kabataan natin. And they also categorize into the following. In-school youth, ito yung mga subsectors ng mga youth natin. We have in-school youth, out-of-school youth, working youth, and youth with specific needs. Ayan, so kung nakikita nyo, sobrang dami or mataas yung population ng Filipino youth natin. Okay, based doon sa mga consultations and data gathering and research, ito yung na-identify na mga youth concerns, mainly in the following areas. Number 1 is the health, education, employment, youth participation in governance, substance abuse, security and peace and order, and also as discrimination. So our initiatives running through the policies, programs, and projects. And finally, ito yung Philippine Youth Development Plan 2017-2022. So it is geared towards enabling youth participation. So we define the youth participation. Participation in this plan means activity among the youth. So it is action-oriented. Kasi sinasabi natin, di ba, na ang daming definition ng youth participation. Like for example, ito, pag nag-attend ka ng mga activity that is considered a youth participation. But as much as possible, we want them to not just attend to any activities. We want them to immerse in programs and projects, and also to conceptualize and implement for them and with them. Kasi we do not want to allow any duty bearers to plan, to implement any youth activities without the youth. So dapat in partnership yan with the youth. So it builds upon awareness, knowledge, attitude, and intent. Kasi sino naman yung parang merong more awareness among the youth, kundi tayo-tayo lang din. So thus, in the long term, participation translates to the youth's proactive and constant engagement in the development of Philippine society. Alright, so based doon sa mga identified issues na kanina na present ko, and ito yung parang PYDP framework. So these are the cues, the context, considerations, and conditions of the Filipino youth. Nandyan. And based doon, dapat din in-identify yung consequences and cluster categories. So para matugunan yung mga problema and concerns, kaya na-create si 9 centers of participation. So yun si health, education, economic empowerment, social inclusion and equity, peace building and security, governance, active citizenship, environment, global mobility. So the plan, ito yung component or framework ng plan. Of course, there is an agenda statement per participation, the strategies, the objectives, the program activities or the PPAs, the monitoring metrics, and the evaluation metrics. Okay, the collective vision for the Filipino youth is enabled, involved, and patriotic youth realizing these aspirations anchored on integrity and passion. So what do we want here is, kaya siya merong anchored on integrity and compassion para yung mga kabataan is hindi yun self-centered yung ginagawa nila, kundi merong integrity and compassion based doon sa kanilang own values na gusto nilang mangyari para sa mga kabataang Pilipino. And then by 2022, the Filipino youth these are the long-term goal: healthy, educated, patriotic, globally mobile, and active government and civil society. Number 2, living in a peaceful, secure, and socially inclusive, where there is respect for and equality across genders and faith cultures. So dito sa number 1, ayan, gusto natin na dapat yung kabataang Pilipino ay healthy siya, educated siya. Bali, nag-focus pa siya sa sarili ng kabataang Pilipino. Kasi if the Filipino youth will not be able to achieve this, hindi niya pwedeng i-advocate kung ano ang dapat para sa kanya. And to be able to engage in gainful economic activity across various local and sectors, and able to access, use, and transform technology, information, and services for the betterment of the society. All right, so ito yung example ng agenda statement. Kinuha natin siya sa health. Ayan, agenda statement, an example for the youth to participate in multi-sensitive, multi-sectoral, and inclusive programs, projects, activities, and services on health and health financial risk protection with serious consideration of nutrition, reproductive health, and psychosocial concerns that promote the youth's health and well-being, as well as address their sexual and non-sexual risk-taking behaviors. So nakalagay dito kung ano yung objective, ano yung program activities or the PPAs, and the monitoring metrics. Kung nabasa nyo yung buong PYDP, ito yung nakalagay. Lahat ng areas of or centers of participation, meron siyang agenda statement and the objective, monitoring metrics, and also an evaluation and the agency's concern. For example, sa health, ang concern is si DOH and PAPCOM. Okay. Next, so these are the PYDP strategies or the 9 centers of participation. Number 1, see health. Although hindi siya sinasabi na ito yung number 1 na parang priority, pero ito yung mas kailangan ng mga kabataang Pilipino based doon sa study or sa data gathering and consultation na nangyari. Sa health, ang concerns is the reproductive and sexual health, the mental health, and healthy lifestyle of the youth. And number 2 is the education or access to quality education. And then another is the economic empowerment, employment, and employability, entrepreneurship. Ayan. Gusto namin na maabot muna ni youth itong health and education, as well as the economic empowerment. Kasi si number 1 and number 2, para siyang safe space sa mga kabataan. And then si number 3, the economic empowerment is para magkaroon ng gainful economic activity, tsaka yung economic na status. Kasi as much as possible, kailangan self-sustaining yung kabataang Pilipino. Kasi kung hindi siya economic stable, paano niya maabot yung other opportunities? Another is number 4, social inclusion and equity, equitable opportunities and protection, and social security. And peace building and security, the public safety and order, drug-free environment, peace process. And number 6 is the governance, Ito naman yung pagdating sa participation in government and bureaucracy. Active citizenship, volunteerism, social mobilization, and values formation. Environment, number 8, disaster risk reduction and management and climate change. So si environment, pwede na din siyang ilagay natin sa safe space. And number 9 is global mobility, socially relevant activities, economic activities, and youth trafficking. Alright. So paano na mainstream si PYDP? Kasi hindi lang si National Youth Commission ang naatasan to mainstream the Philippine Youth Development Plan. As si National Youth Commission being the secretariat, siya yung nagpupush, of course, para ma-implement yung PPAs based doon sa strategies na identified. And si national level, national government agencies are also involved. And of course, the local level, at the local level, nandiyan si provincial, city LYDO, and also that includes our Sangguniang Kabataan. And of course, the Office of the President and the Congress of the Philippines. So the Philippine Youth Development Plan was being signed by the President. So ibig sabihin, in-approve nila na dapat yun yung mga naka-based doon sa PYDP ang tutukan. After the implementation of this, of course, meron din tayong monitoring of the Philippine Youth Development Plan. So we have internal task force, and we also have external task force, and the regional PYDP task force. So ayun sila. So si PYDP Team Internal Task Force, ayan, ito yung sa NYC na PYDP Internal Task Force. So ito yung ano namin, structure. And the external task force. So sa external task force, of course, it was led by the National Youth Commission officials and as well as the co-convener, the National Economic and Development Authority. So in each committee, meron niyang head per agency. For example, si DOH, kasi ang focus nila ay sa health. So sila yung Committee on Health, sa education, si DepEd, and sa economic empowerment ay si DOLE, DSWD on social inclusion and equity, and PNVSCA sa active citizenship, si DILG naman sa governance, and OPAP on peace building and security, and si DFA on global mobility, tsaka si DNR on the Committee on Environment. And pagdating naman sa PYDP localization, meron tayong PYDP Regional Task Force. So ito yung actually, bago lang itong Regional Interagency Committee on Youth Development. It was called ARYAC before, the Regional Youth Advisory Council. And sa PYDP Regional Task Force, the National Youth Commission as the presiding officer, and then participated by all the provinces and highly urbanized cities in the region, duly represented by the respective youth development officers or the local youth development officers and the Sangguniang Kabataan Federation presidents. And also, kasali din doon ang ating mga incumbent na National Youth Parliament convener and 2 other youth leaders from your registered organizations in the region. That's why very important na magpa-register kayo sa YORP for you to be able to have a seat in the PYDP Regional Task Force. Para updated kayo, malaman niyo kung kumusta na ang implementation ng PYDP sa inyong mga respective regions. So ito din yung mga Regional Interagency Committee natin on Youth Development. Ito yun sila mga members. Almost the same doon sa national natin. Okay. And the planning guidelines also is, SK planning guidelines is also anchored in the Philippine Youth Development Plan. So DILG has released a Memorandum Circular 151-2019 para mag-guide ang ating mga sangguniang kabataan tungkol sa kanilang planning process. So paano i-plan ang kanilang local youth development plan as well as the barangay Youth Development Program, Comprehensive Barangay Youth Development Program, and their ABE or Annual Barangay Youth Investment Plan. Ayan, so sa local monitoring, of course, checking development accomplishments to be submitted online, the PPAs, the policies at the local level. So paano siya nangyayari? What do we monitor at the local level? We monitor the plans and accomplishments, youth programs, projects, activities, and other youth-related policies ng mga sangguniang kabataan at saka ng mga local government units. Doon namin sila, I think the ALJ is about to release pa another memorandum circular for this na para mag-guide din ng ating mga sangguniang kabataan at saka mga local government unit on the monitoring and evaluation. And so how to monitor at the local level? By the area cluster heads of the National Youth Commission, the local youth development officer, and the sangguniang kabataan. And then after the cluster heads collected all the accomplishment reports of the sangguniang kabataan through the local youth development officer, and NYC cluster heads will submit it to the National Secretariat of NYC. Ayun, so we monitor their local youth development plan, comprehensive barangay youth development plan, and annual barangay youth investment program. Actually, ngayon is nagsa-start na ng pag-gather ang ating mga sangguniang kabataan para sa kanilang mga local youth development plan accomplishments. Okay, ito yung reporting process at the local level for the provincial youth development officers. Down to the barangay, kailangan talaga nating i-monitor yan. So, meron silang sariling format or template na binigay ng National Youth Commission. And LYDO, Municipal Component Cities, isasubmit yan ng barangay through their SK Federation. And also, si Municipal or Component City na LYDO to be submitted din sa PYDO, the Provincial Youth Development Office. And then, isasubmit niyan sa NYC Area Office for Consolidation Reports and as well as sa DILG Regional Office. And then sa DILG, of course, they also have their NBOO. And sa Area Office din, isasubmit directly to the Area Central Office Integration of Report to PYDP or the National Youth Report. So itong mga reports na ginagawa ng SK is on process pa. Ginagawa pa nila until now. And so we are very hopeful na I hope na yung mga SK natin will be also compliant sa pag-submit ng kanilang mga reports. Okay, next. Ayan, so the implementation of the PYDP 2017-2022 will ensure enabled, involved, and patriotic youth with integrity and compassion. So the need for PYDP 2017-2022, the PYDP is empowering and enabling. It is about good governance. Youth development is everybody's concern. Okay, thank you so much. That ends my first presentation. Mabuhay ang kabataang Pilipino.
All right. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po kay Sir Meiji de la Cruz. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the Philippine Youth Development Plan and the National Youth Commission. So if you have any questions or clarifications about the PYDP, please prepare your questions and we will have an open forum later on. And of course, use our hashtag NYVC Let's Vote In, NYVC Second ANIP, and hashtag volunteers. Kasi you may never know, magkakaroon ata tayo ng winner. So, of course, since we want to talk more about organizations, we're bringing back Sir De La Cruz to discuss about the Youth Organization Registration Program of also the National Youth Commission. So again, let's all welcome Sir Meiji De La Cruz, this time about the Youth Organization Registration Program, because these are two wide and such different things. Ayan. Again, please do use our hashtags for today. Ayan, Sir De La Cruz is back. Hello po.
All right, so at this point, we are now going to discuss about the Youth Organization Registration Program. Ayan, maganda sana no na matanong sana natin lahat kung paano sila sasagot if they're familiar with the YORP. Kaso this is one of the challenges pag live talaga, pag virtual yung activities natin. Anyway, this is very good kasi we are adapting to the new normal. Whether we like it or not, ito yung gagawin natin. But I believe na this is equally helpful, no? Compared din doon sa ating actual na lecture. Kasi as much as possible, we wanted our youth to be safe and to stay at their own homes. So sige. What is YORP? YORP is a youth organization registration program. So again, this is also one of our mandates based on the RA 8044 or otherwise known as the Youth and Nation Building Act. So what we do is we register, help, and facilitate the establishment of youth organizations and youth serving organizations. Ayan. We want to, the Youth Org Registration Program, we also have the Youth Volunteers Program and the National Youth Parliament Consultations, international programs. Kasi as much as possible, we want to connect the young people and the government to discuss kung ano yung mga issues nila. So si NYC is magiging parang, siya yung magiging tulay or the bridge between the government and the youth. So why do we have to join the YORP? These are the benefits and privileges. Of course, you can use the YORP seal, to use the YORP seal in letters, publications, uniforms, collaterals, and other materials produced by the organization. If member ka na, pwede mo yung gamitin, maggawa kayo ng letter, and also to invite yung mga partners ninyo. And you can also represent in Congress and activities exclusively for your registered organizations and to access for free the organizational trainings program offered by the National Youth Commission. And to be prioritized in the selection of representatives for youth consultations and NYC-initiated activities, international youth exchange programs such as SEA. We also have the Genesis and other exchange programs. So pag member kayo ng YORP, nakalagay doon sa application letter if are you a member of any organization, yes or no. Does your organization member of YORP? Tatanungin din yun. And then magkakaroon na kayo ng leverage because you are now partner with the National Youth Commission. And also the National Youth Commission helps you promote your activities. Just request to us na, hey, NYC, we have this activity. Can you promote this? And yes, we do that. We promote that through our online platforms. Para at least, if you want to partner with other agencies or other private entity or agency, at least makita nila na legit yung organization or legit yung ginagawa ninyo because you are being partnered with the National Youth Commission. And wait, there's more. And you can also participate in the Local Youth Development Council. LYDC shall be composed of the representative of youth and youth-serving organizations in the provincial, city, and municipal level. Ito naman ay based doon sa RA 10742 or the SK Reform Act, Section 23. Ang maganda dito is you can bring your issues, kung ano yung advocacy ng issue ninyo. So for example, you are advocating for reproductive health and rights. So pwede kayong maging member representing doon sa na health committee and you present your program so that the Sangguniang Kabataan will be able to identify kung ano yung magandang program. Kasi before na hindi pa sa Reform Act, we just let our Sangguniang Kabataan do their own thing. Diba? Although they supposed to tawag nito, consult before they create their own program, kailangan muna nilang i-consult ang kanilang yung assembly. Meron tinatawag na Katipunan ng Kabataan Assembly. But sa level ng provincial, ng city, hindi yun ginagawa kasi parang sila lang directly nag-create ng kanilang plan. So ang kagandahan dito is you can now participate in their local youth development plan. and a minimum of 8 organizations and a maximum of 19 organizations in each local government unit. Ayan, so there is 3 phases. First is you have to be registered, and of course, you will be empowered, and then at the same time, you will be accredited. Ibig sabihin, pag accredited ka na, you will now become partners of the National Youth Commission. Kasi nga si NYC, we have a very limited personnel. So lahat ng mga activities, lahat ng mga requests na pinapasa sa amin, if hindi namin kaya, pinapasa namin yung sa mga accredited organizations. Na ibig sabihin, sila yung aming magiging partner pagdating sa pag-implement ng mga programs and activities. Ayan, you will be empowered because you will be provided with the assistance and technical support programs that will be provided by the Europe Secretariat and the rest of NYC organizations in order to strengthen your capacity for leadership, operations, and management. And ayan, accreditation, you just have to follow certain metrics to ensure that only those who qualify shall be promoted to a higher rank of recognition. Of course, you have to be 1 year Europe registered, active at NYC activities, conducts PPAs and proper PPA documentation. And of course, meron kayong SEC and BIR registered. Ayan, pag once NYC partner na kayo, kayo yung unang magiging partner ng NYC pagdating sa pagiging facilitator and resource persons. Actually, dito sa NYVC Mindanao, we are already doing that. We are tapping NYVC na mga volunteers and at the same time mga NYC volunteers na din to enter into memorandum and agreements with the National Youth Commission. Ang kagandahan nito, if meron na kayong SEC registration tsaka sa BIR, although we're still working with our accreditation sa pagbigay ng SK training. So possible, kung ma-finalize na namin to, baka kayo na din yung magiging partner namin if you be accredited with the NYC sa pagbigay ng National Youth Commission training doon sa mga sangguniang kabataan. Okay, so this is the process. So you have to prepare the requirements. First is the official registration form. The form is downloadable online sa Europe natin na page. Of course, the directory of officers, directory of advisors, list of members in good standing, copy of constitution and bylaws, certificate endorsement from the competent authority or kung saan yung mother organization ninyo. Ayan, for the certificate of endorsement, if it's community-based organization, if it has a physical office or certification of existence of office from the barangay where the office is located, if organization doesn't have a physical office, barangay certification of residence of the president, and the resolution of endorsement coming from the Sangguniang Kabataan. And if it's a school-based organization, ayan, pwede nyo lang kunin ang certificate ninyo sa inyong supervising student affairs. And if it's faith-based, pwede sa head or the pastor of congregation or parish priest naman kunin. Ayan, if chapters of multi-level organization, ang certificate ay pwede nyo kunin sa recognition from the president governing at the highest organizational level. So if national yung organization, pwede ninyong kunin sa national president. And consortiums then, pwede ninyong kunin sa secretariat or the board. And where to register? As a local registration and verification, isasabit nyo sa inyong respective city and or municipal youth development officer. And in the province, of course, in the provincial YDO. And if your organization is a national or regional organizations or consortiums or federations, you may submit it directly to the National Youth Commission. And functions of the local youth development office. Okay, do we have LYDOs here? Participants? Wala. Meron siguro? Meron? Wala. Ayan. Ayan. So, basically, ito yung... Hello? Sige.
May mga members po tayo ng LYDC.
Meron tayong members sa LYDC, LYD. Okay, that's good. But these are the functions of the Local Youth Development Office. Although alam na nila nito, so we have to skip para hindi ako maubusan ng time. Ayan, so ito yung local registration and verification. So if the organization submits their documents, and of course, the LYDO is to review, and of course, to verify, kailangan nilang tawagan yung mga advisor, yung members, if existing ba talaga yung organization. And of course, stamping registered on application form if na-verify na, and then locally list or locally registered and verified organization. And then the LYDO must issue certification that they are verified and registered. Okay, sige, na-explain ko na yan sa kanina. Ayan. Ang normal process naman, ibig sabihin, if you go directly to the National Youth Commission, first is you have to prepare the document, local registration and verification, online your registration and approval and issuance of the unique registration number. Special registration and verification, if walang LYDO, ang inyong tawag dito, ang inyong locality or ang inyong LGU, if na-disapprove kayo or denied kayo based sa local registration. Kaya kayo pwede directly to the National Youth Commission. If areas with no LYDOs, ayan, diretso na kayo doon sa online YORP registration. Later, I will provide the YORP. Okay. Yan, special registration, hindi na siya kailangan ng local registration. Okay, sige, next. So the 5 steps to register: prepare a digital copy of all documentary requirements. Ayan. Prepare digital copy of requirements. Go to your online hub downloads page to get a copy of the registration form and other attachments. So punta lang kayo sa yorpnyc.org.ph. Saka may nakalagay doon na downloadables. Pwede nyo makuha lahat ng downloadable forms. Ayan. So you have to prepare the following. At saka dapat yung preferred format ninyo ay sundin. For example, sa registration form, yes, available siya online. Pwede siyang ma-download doon sa website na binigay ko kanina. The preferred format, once you have submitted it, dapat naka-PDF. And then for the directory of officers and advisors, meron din yung template tayo available. Dapat naka-PDF din siya. And then the list of members in good standing, meron din tayong template available. And it should be in Excel only na format. And then Constitution and Bylaws, although ito yun minsan yung mga very challenging for the youth na mga organizations kasi they don't have Constitution and Bylaws daw. But this is very important kasi the Constitution and Bylaws, ibig sabihin, legit yung organization ninyo and talagang gusto nyo na magkaroon ng organization kasi doon din nakabase yung ruling ng isang organization. So I think meron yan online and pwede kayong humingi ng tulong sa mga organizations na meron ng existing. I believe si NYVC, meron ba kayong parang technical assistance for this na tulungan yung mga organizations to formulate their constitution and bylaws. And also the certification, endorsement, and resolution na binigay ng appropriate authority, also on PDF format. Okay, sige, next. Na-explain ko na yan kanina. Ayan, so you have to visit the online registration hub, the yorpnyc.org.ph. So that's the way to register online. Okay? Okay. Sige. Ayan, so once na-submit nyo na lahat ng requirements needed and doon sa nasunod yung preferred format, so you have to check your email inbox and wait for verification. Ang maganda nito, before kasi meron lang tayong isang secretariat na nakatutok sa York. At this point in time, meron na tayong mga lahat ng regions meron ng sariling secretariat. So before, siguro patong-patong lahat ng registration sa national. So medyo matagalan na pag-check. Pero ang maganda ngayon is kung saang region ka, hanggang doon na lang siya nakikita. So if ever sa NYC 11 sa Davao, so meron tayong team dyan na nag-check ng mga registration na organization. Tsaka nagve-verify. Kaya mas madali na lang siya. 4. Ayan. So once na-check nyo na yung email nyo on verification, you can now log into your organization's email and check if you received the confirmation. So if you receive an email, cooperate in the verification process. Officers and members may receive a call from your secretariat. And access your online account. So bibigyan kayo ng, ayan. So pwede kayong mag-login, bibigyan kayo ng unique na username and password and to improve your organizational profile. If the York Secretariat found out that you have complied with all the necessary requirements, you will receive another email. Ayan, contains your username and password to access your York online account. And if you have deficiencies naman, you will be notified by the York Secretariat only after the lacking documents will be complied shall the registration approved. Pag nakita nila na kulang yung requirements, so you will be notified and then you just have to comply it so that your registration will be approved. Ayan. Also, makita nyo naman sa online yung organizations with approved registration. Pag nakalagay din doon sa website yung mga organization list. And of course, there is an accountability. So there's an annual submission of reports. So hindi na kayo like member kasi gusto lang namin na magpa-member para ma-promote. No, you have the accountability also. Now once you register your organization, you have to submit an annual accomplishment report and updates on organizational information annually. Okay. Ayan, basically yung pinapakita namin ito yung process ng pagsubmit ng annual report. Kasi ang maganda dito is pwede siya mag-contributory factor siya doon sa PYDP na core type. For example, your advocacy is more on health or education. Ayan, that will also be reported no doon sa National Youth Commission na reports na at least you are contributing to the Philippine Youth Development Plan. Okay, you may also renew your registration of the York. Certificates are valid for 3 years. And organization who seeks the renewal of its registration shall file 1 month before the expiration of its registration. Ayan, so if you're already registered, certificates under previous policy shall remain valid until the date of expiration, registration specified therein, and encouraged to register to receive a unique youth organization registration number. Okay, of course, so pwede din siyang ma-revoke or ma-suspend if you do not submit or accomplish reports and other requirement under this policy, and if you also use the NYC's name and authorized. Okay. And if you also participate in the organization in the planning and or execution of an illegal activity, of course, we don't want that to happen, and such other grounds that commission proper may identify through a resolution. Okay, these are the definition of the major classification of the organizational level. Okay. So, si youth organizations, tsaka pwede din ma-register ang youth serving organization. Youth organization, ito yung organization with the members in good standing entirely composed lang ng mga kabataan whose ages 15 to 30 years old with a core advocacy that serves the youth. So, si youth serving organization naman, ito yung merong composition na hindi siya limited sa 15 to 30 years old. Pero duly recognized siya and may by proper national local government registering entities. And of course, na dapat ang principal programs nila ay mga youth-oriented and youth-related activities. So ayun yung classification ng pwede mag-register si youth organization tsaka si youth serving organization. And the organizational levels, the national, the interregional, the regional, provincial, city, and municipality. Okay, sige. So I will no longer discuss this one kasi I'm running out of time. Pero basically, ito yung mga organizational levels na pwede mag-register. Whether you're a national, interregional, and regional, these three will go directly to the national office of the National Youth Commission or through online if they want to register. While the provincial and the city municipal will go to their local youth development office to register. Okay. And the classification, community-based, faith-based, and consortium. Okay. And of course, the advocacies based on sa 9 centers of participation. Sige. Ayan. Hindi siya automatic na once you're registered, meron ka ng certificate of eligibility to participate in the local youth development council elections. Just to clarify. So once na you're registered ka, dapat you're registered ka, and then at least 10 members in good standing, ayun, pwede ka maging pwede ka magkaroon ng certificate of eligibility to participate in local youth development council elections. Ayan, si LYDC, ganito yung mangyayari. Manner of election within 45 days after the SK election. So si LYDC, hindi lang siya dapat pinili, kundi dapat din siyang elect. So they shall choose at least 8 but not more than 19 representatives. These representatives shall serve a term of 3 years. So 8 siya plus the SK chairperson, the SK Federation President, and the SK Federation Vice President. They are automatic members. Ayan. Thank you so much. But before I end, I still have 3 minutes siguro. I will play video if it's okay. To wrap up everything about your.
Kabayani? Ano yan? Saan yan? Paano ba sumali dyan? Mga besh, kapag naririnig nyo ang salitang bayanihan, anong una naisip nyo? Bayanihan? Bahagi ito ng kultura at naging tradisyon na ng mga Pilipino noon pa man. Isa itong nakagawian na nagpapakita ng pagtutulungan, pagkakaisa at pagdadamayan. Kinikilala ng 1987 Constitution ang napakahalagang tungkulin ng kabataan sa pagbuo ng bansa. Kaya naman, itinatag ang National Youth Commission o Pambansang Komisyon sa Kabataan sa pamamagitan ng Republic Act No. 8044 o mas kilala bilang Youth in Nation Building Act. Hinihikayat ng batas na ito ang malawakang partisipasyon ng kabataan sa character-building development activities at pinaniniwalaan na ang pagsisikap nila upang makatulong sa bayan ay makalilikha ng isang lipunan na tuluyang umuunlad. Kaya naman, hatid sa inyo ng National Youth Commission ang Kabayani, Kabataang Nagbabayanihan Program para pagsamahin at mas maayos pa ang partisipasyon ng mga miyembro ng organizations sa ilalim ng Youth Organization Registration Program at ng National Youth Volunteers Program tungo sa ikauunlad ng bansa. Mula sa wikang Filipino na bayani at kabataan, Ang kabayani ay tumutukoy sa youth heroes na naniniwalang may magagawa sila para sa bansa sa pamamagitan ng volunteerismo bilang isang individual o bilang kasapi ng isang organisasyon. Layunin ng kabayani na Number 1, palawakin at palakasin ang Youth Organization Registration Program at National Youth Volunteers Program sa ilalim ng Kabayani Program. Number 2, simulan at isulong ang isang advocacy movement na sumusunod sa youth volunteerism bilang simbolo ng nasyonalismo at paramihin ang mga insentibo para sa youth leaders at volunteers at pagkilala sa mga kapuri-puring programa na kanilang isinusulong. Nais hikayatin ng kabayani ang mga kabataan na maging aktibo sa pagpapaunlad ng komunidad at sa pagtataguyod ng bansa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa sambayanan, sa pagpapakilos ng lipunan at sa pagkukusang loob na tumulong. Sino nga ba ang pwedeng maging miyembro ng Kabayani Program ng National Youth Commission? Pwedeng-pwede ang mga youth organizations. Ito ay mga samahang binubuo ng mga kabataang may edad 15 hanggang 30 taong gulang at may mga advokasya na nagsisilbi para sa mga kabataan. Kasama rin dito ang mga youth-serving organizations. Ito naman ang mga samahan na ang primary projects, programs, and activities ay youth-related at youth-oriented at ang mga miyembro ay hindi limitado lang sa mga kabataan. G rin dito ang mga youth volunteers na may edad 15 hanggang 30 taong gulang, physically and mentally fit na handang ialay ang oras sa pagtulong sa kapwa para sa bayan. Bilang mga kabataang bayani, gusto natin isulong ang Philippine Youth Development Plan at isabuhay ang mga sumusunod na gabay. Number 1, ang kabayani ay isang movement. Inorganize ang kabayani upang makamit ang meaningful youth participation ng kabataan. Kailangan natin isulong ang mga trusts ng PYDP. Number 2, ang mga kabayani ay volunteers. Ang pagkilos ng isang kabayani ay para sa katuparan ng serbisyo, hindi para sa anumang gantimpala o insentibo. Number 3, ang mga kabayani ay makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Pinapahalagahan ng kabayani ang mga Filipino core values sa pagganap ng kanilang tungkulin. Inuna ang paglilingkod sa Diyos, sa bansa at sa kapwa bago ang kanilang personal na interes. Number 4, ang kabayani ay solution-focused. Nagtatrabaho ang mga kabayani na may collaborative spirit towards finding solutions. Number 5, ang kabayani ay inclusive. Ang kabayani ay nagbibigay daan sa lahat at kinikilala na ang lahat ay may kakayanang tumulong para isulong ang social at political inclusion at tinitiyak ang mabisang oportunidad at resources upang makilahok. May 4 na haligi o programa na bumubuo sa kabayani. Una ay ang access. Upang maging miyembro ng kabayani, dapat mag-register bilang isang volunteer o kailangan kasali ka sa isang registered member organization ng YOR. Ang mga bagong miyembro na volunteers at organizations ay kinakailangan mag-sign up at mag-onboard sa mandatory orientation bago kumuha ng volunteer passports. Ang mga organization members na nag-attend ng kabayani onboarding orientation ay dapat ding nakarehistro bilang volunteers na naaayon sa layunin ng programa na isulong ang volunteerism bilang paraan upang makapag-ambag sa nation building. Pangalawa ay ang capacity building. Ang mga miyembro ng kabayani ay nominado na makilahok sa isang bootcamp kung saan itinuturing ang kabayani bilang isang paraan ng pamumuhay. Pasok din dito ang mga technical assistance sa pagtatatag, pagrehistro at pagpapatakbo ng mga organisasyon. Ang ikatlong haligi ay enabling environment. Ang mga kabayani ay priority sa pagpili ng kalahok sa mga international outbound exchange programs ng komisyon at delegado sa National Youth Parliament. Magsisikap ang komisyon upang mabigyan ang bawat kabayani ng sapat na pagsasanay sa pamamagitan ng mga capacity at skills building activities and programs. Ang huling haligi ng kabayani ay accountability. Ito ay may 4 na bahagi na binubuo ng mga sumusunod. Number 1, reporting of accomplishments. Lahat ng registered organizations ay kailangang mag-submit ng annual accomplishment report and updates tungkol sa mga informasyon ng kanilang organisasyon. At para sa NYPD, kailangang mag-submit ang kabayani secretariat ng summary of consolidated report every quarter sa komisyon. Number 2, awards and recognitions. Ang mga miyembro na may grade na satisfactorily performed ayon sa kanilang mga reports na isinumite ay kikilalanin sa isang taunang awarding ceremony. Number 3, feedback mechanism. Hinihingi rin sa mga miyembro ng kabayani na ma-evaluate ang mga programa, pati na rin ang pagiging epektibo ng sekretariat ng programang ito. Kaya naman, Gina Bes, i-register mo na ang inyong organization sa Youth Organization Registration Program o YOR para maging miyembro sa kabayani, kabataang nagbabayanihan ng National Youth Commission. Paano ba sumali? Bisitahin ang yournyc.org.ph. Click ang register now. Ihanda at kumpletuhin ang mga sumusunod na requirements. Ibigay ang mga kinakailangang impormasyon. I-check ang inyong email at hintayin ang verification email ng Kabayani Secretariat. Pumunta lamang sa http://yournyc.org.ph/downloadables/hashtag para makakuha ng kopya ng registration form at iba pang attachments. Ito ay isang programa ng komisyon na walang registration fee, mga best! It's free! Lahat ng youth organization at youth serving organization, mapa-national, interregional, regional, provincial, city, o municipality level, community-based, faith-based, school-based, o consortium at federation man ang inyong organization, pwedeng-pwede yan sa York. Ano pang hinihintay nyo? Register na, mga besh! Kung mas gusto mong sumali bilang individual volunteer o di kaya naman ay hindi ka York org member, pwede ka namang mag-register bilang kabayani volunteer. Sa pamamagitan ng National Youth Volunteers Program, layunin ng National Youth Commission na magbukas ng mga oportunidad para sa mga kabayani volunteers upang maging bahagi ang mga ito sa isang environment kung saan matututo sila ng iba't ibang personal at professional skills. Bumisita lamang sa National Youth Commission o i-check ang inyong local youth development officer ay credited na bilang isang liaison officer ng National Youth Volunteers Program ng Komisyon para mas mapabilis ang inyong registration. Kumpletuhin lamang ang mga sumusunod na requirements at isumite online o personal sa Kabayani Secretariat o sa inyong local youth development officer. Kailangan lamang na ikaw ay 15 hanggang 30 taong gulang at interesadong maging volunteer sa bayan. Bukas din ito sa lahat ng kabataan may specific needs basta pasok sa 15 to 30 years old, nais maglingkod at gamitin ang kapansanan at kakayahan para tumulong sa kapwa at para sa kaiunlad ng bayan. Ano pang hinihintay nyo, mga besh? Mag-register na at maging isang kabayani. Sama-sama nating isabuhay ang diwa ng bayanihan. Patunayan natin na ang kabataan ng kasalukuyang henerasyon ay mga youth heroes na handang ialay ang buhay, pangarap at pagsisikap para sa bansang Pilipinas.
All right. And that ends my presentation. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
All right. Good afternoon po, Sir Meiji de la Cruz. Maraming salamat po. I actually learned a lot also as a York member. I was refreshing to really get the glimpse. And that's National Youth Commission 101, and I believe ang raming natutunan ng ating mga viewers. So, thank you so much. And if you have any questions about York or again earlier about the PYDP, please prepare your questions as we will have an open forum later on. Handa na ba kayong manalo? Yan ang tanong ko kasi bago tayo magsimula at syempre gusto natin maging engaged, no? Tawagin naman natin si Kuya Kevin. Kuya Kevin, nandiyan ka ba? Kasi alam mo, minahamalit nila eh. Alam nyo guys, sinasabi ko nga sa inyo, gamitin nyo ang hashtag natin. Kasi please use the hashtag. Kasi ito na, alam nyo bakit? Kasi meron tayong raffle para sa inyo. So, balita ko may nanalo na. May una na atang nanalo ng prize. Totoo ba yun, Kuya Kevin? Hello?
Hi, Myros.
Hello?
Hi. Saan ba ako? Nakikita niyo ba ako? Pa ako naman.
Ayan.
Yan, nandun ako. Okay, so we have our first winner para sa ating prize. Okay, so share ko lang ang screen para sa ating winner. So mag-share lang po tayo ulit ng ating official hashtag, no? So for our first, okay, now.
Nakaka-excite ha. Sino kaya?
Ito, first winner, si Lander Visaya ng Calambas City, Laguna. Yan. Thank you very much, Landers. Ayan. Congratulations. So mamaya i-email ka namin kung paano makaklaim ang prize. So guys, alam niyo ba yung prize? Siyempre ngayon, kailangan ng load. So we will be giving a load. So mga set of loads, meron po tayong 200 and ating pinaka last prize. Mamaya malalaman nyo kung ano ang last prize natin. Okay, so yan. So that's all. Mamaya antayin natin yung second winner. Kaya stay tuned para sa ating mga ka-mismo online. Mula sa YouTube, ayan, lumalabas na sila ngayon. So yun lang. So back to you again, Myros.
All right, thank you so much, Kuya Kevin. Grabe, sana all may load, 'di ba? Congratulations kay Lander mula sa Calamba City, Laguna. Ako, kilala natin yan si Lander. Sa mga kamismo natin, ayan, kung gusto niyo magka-load, but di naman, syempre, just if you want to promote the event or if you're grateful to be part of this event, please use our official hashtag NYVC Let's Vote In, hashtag NYVC Segment Anip, hashtag volunteer mismo, at malay nyo, kayo naman ang susunod na mananalo sa ating prize. We just talked about the Philippine Youth Development Plan. We talked about the YORP or the Youth Organization Registration Program kasi syempre may mga iba dito part ng organizations and of course ng kabataan. So now, let's talk about volunteering. Our next speaker, let's talk about PNVSCA. Ayan, marami siguro hindi pa alam kung ano to, but we will be talking about the Republic Act 1948, the Volunteer Act of 2007, and the impact of what we do, the impact of youth volunteerism. Our next speaker is the former Assistant Regional Director at the National Economic and Development Authority Regional Office, NEDA's Regional Office in San Fernando City, Loon yon. He is also the former Chief Economics Development Specialist for Policy Formulation and Planning Division of NEDA in Calamba naman this time. He is also a career executive service eligible, an environment planner, and a career service professional. He finished his Master of Arts in Demography at UP at University of the Philippines, Diliman in 1999 and Masters in Public Management and Development Academy here in the Philippines, also in 2014, where he graduated with the highest honors and as the class valedictorian. Wow! Mga kamismo, let's also all welcome the Executive Director of the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency, Sir Donald Gawin. Hello po! Good.
Hello! Masarap bang mag-volunteer? At kasama ba kayo sa nag-volunteer for COVID-19? Mga ilan po kaya sa atin dito ang nag-volunteer for COVID-19? I hope that my presentation this afternoon would be able to give us the overall framework of volunteering in the country that would enable us to be creative as well as we will be able to give you or contribute informing the right perspectives on volunteerism. So the outline of my presentation would be, but first gusto kong kamustahin ang mga kamismo natin, no? And by the way, happy anniversary to the NYVC. I wish you luck in your effort to achieve your vision. I think the NYC is always there to guide you, to be part of your journey in achieving your vision. But I hope you can also count on the PNVSCA in your journey towards the achievement of your vision. This will be the outline of my presentation. First, let's digress a bit on RA 9418. Ano ba itong RA 9418 na ito? And second, I'll introduce our organization, ang PNVSCA na sikat. But as already mentioned by the moderator, probably some of us have not actually heard about the PNVSCA. And third is, of course, to discuss some points on the impact of youth volunteerism as shown by some researchers. So Republic Act 9418, this is also called as the Volunteer Act of 2007, and this was signed into law on April 10, 2007, and its IRR was released or approved on February 5 of 2009. We start by defining volunteerism. So dito sa atin sa Pilipinas, meron po tayong like an official definition of volunteerism. I know that we have different notions on volunteerism. In fact, when we were young, when we were in the elementary or even preschool, our teacher would always say, who would like to volunteer to clean up the room or to pick up some or to help in managing the garbage. And so we would always raise our hands. So we always had that notion that when you volunteer, there is a reward for volunteerism. So RA 9418 actually defines volunteerism as an act involving a wide range of activities, including traditional forms of mutual aid and developmental interventions that provides an enabling and empowering environment, both on the part of the beneficiary receiving and the volunteer rendering the act. So whenever we volunteer, there's also a reward for us, maybe a psychic reward, but most often, this is also something that empowers us as people. Undertaken for reasons arising from social developmental. So as we have seen in the video of NYBC, you have been doing a lot of volunteering work with the end in view of contributing to addressing some of social developmental problems like on education, business or corporate orientation, commitment or conviction for the attainment of the public good, and where monetary and other incentives or reward are not the primary motivating factors. So that should be emphasized, where monetary and other incentives or reward are not the primary motivating factors. But as we have seen, or per our experience, we of course need also something for our expenses, no? So hindi po nakakount yan as the motivating reason, no? So in summary, volunteerism is simply giving a service or even giving goods without compulsion, or they should be freely given, and our motivation is not for monetary gain. And that should be beneficial for both the one giving as well as receiving. So why do we need to have a law on volunteerism? So there are clamor, no, for measures for volunteer welfare, protection, proper coordination. So as we have seen with our experience in COVID, I think this is the first time that we saw volunteers being discriminated, no? So kawawa naman sila, nag-volunteer na nga, na di-discriminate pa. Kaya kinakailangan natin na meron tayong protection as volunteers, no? And this is also a response to UN declaration calling governments to pass legislations on volunteerism. Of course, there is a rationale behind this, because based on studies, based on experience, we know that volunteerism, especially if properly harnessed, contribute to socioeconomic development. And this is also part of the recognition by government on the role and contributions of volunteers in development. So that with this act, we are actually like recognizing the role of volunteerism, its contribution to national development. And why do we need to adopt volunteerism as a strategy? As experience or based on studies, and as we have seen in literatures, governments may not have all the resources to provide the needed public services. So there's always a scarcity of resources. So we need the private sector, volunteer organizations to contribute in providing these resources. And non-government organization may better provide such services in a cost-efficient and effective manner. So really, there are some services that we believe should be better left to the not-for-profit organizations. Say, for example, in the area of counseling, I think, for example, the youth would be in a better position to counsel or to provide advice to their peers, like on teenage pregnancy, on say, I think the incidence of suicide is also increasing, depression, and etc. So sino pa bang ibang makapagbigay ng serbisyo, makapagbigay ng na ganitong serbisyo, kundi yung kapwa din natin na youth. And it also engenders greater private sector participation in governance and development. So with the volunteerism strategy or encouraging volunteerism, we are opening doors actually for the private sector to participate in governance. What are the goals and objectives of RA 9418? First is to provide the policy framework to harness and harmonize the efforts of the voluntary sector in an integrative and effective partnerships for development. So probably you have experience with NYVC, with some organizations or a number of organizations on youth without government stepping in to how do you call that, to coordinate all the efforts. Medyo watak-watak minsan yung ating direction, and that's understandable because we are different organizations. So kahit sa ang aspeto hindi lang sa youth, kung walang policy framework, no, there would be a tendency, because we all have our motivations, our own interest, our yung priorities, then sometimes we do not move into one direction. So yun yung kaigihan na meron tayong batas, meron tayong framework na sinusunod. So in youth, for example, we are glad that we have updated the PYDP. No? At a certain point in my life, I've been part in that effort, no, yung preparing the PYDP, because that's actually a subset, as explained earlier, of the Philippine Development Plan. And of course, the law also would provide the conducive and enabling environment for volunteers and volunteer service organizations, because we often say that the role of government is really more of steering rather than rowing. So isa po itong pagkakataon na for that would provide enabling environment, which means it should encourage VSOs to do volunteering work. And also the third one is to strengthen my office, the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordination Agency. There are some roles or modalities of volunteerism in the private sector. These are simple examples on how the private sector would engage in volunteerism. So first one is volunteerism in the academe. Some of you might be professors or teachers with the academe. So the law actually provides an avenue for the academe to participate in volunteerism. But I think, as we have seen, as even without the law, medyo prominent yung papel na ginagampanan ng akademya sa volunteerism. No? And this pertains to the provision of technical assistance and sharing of technology within the academic circle, target communities and other clienteles, and the upgrading of the quality of education and curriculum methodologies while providing career enhancements and exposure to the volunteers. So ito'y pagkakataon para sa mga estudyante ay ma-expose sa volunteerism. And also, sometimes some academic institutions yung mga can play as big brothers. So sila na yung mag-volunteer in sharing their experiences, like in updating their curriculum, revising their curriculum to integrate volunteerism, no? And they can serve as volunteers sa smaller universities or colleges, okay? As well as in yung manner of teaching, like the methodologies of teaching. And another is volunteerism in the corporate sector. So this is an expression of corporate social responsibility and citizenship. So some of you who are working with the private sector might have been part of your company's CSR going to the communities, providing some services, conducting medical missions, tree planting. So these are some forms of volunteerism in the corporate sector, where employees give their time, skills, and resources in the service of the company's internal and external communities. So sometimes CSR, their main beneficiaries are their circle of influence, or those that would directly affect their business, but sometimes or oftentimes also companies go beyond. So they go to communities for their CSRs. And the third is volunteerism for not-for-profit organizations. No? Provision of complementary service delivery and human resource development in underserved communities, as well as advocacy and articulation of the cause of the disadvantaged and vulnerable groups. So while we have governments, institutions addressing the concerns of the disadvantaged, the vulnerable groups, we recognize the fact that kulang na kulang ito. Kaya we need assistance or the help of the not-for-profit organizations. So as I said, these are simply examples that the RA has mentioned, but there are a lot of ways in which the private sector can do volunteering work or services. And also, the reason why we need to categorize this in this manner is sometimes we tend to be too traditional on the volunteering work that we provide. So even yung CSRs, pag nag-isip ng CSR ang isang kumpanya, kaagad iisipin, ano yung pwede natin gawin? Pwede ba tayong mag-medical mission? Pwede ba tayong mag-tree planting, cleaning the rivers, and etc. But in fact, the companies can actually use their competence, their expertise in providing volunteering work. Like an IT company may think of some ways in which it can use its expertise on IT, ICT to provide volunteering work, no, and not to go kailangan pumunta doon sa conventional volunteering work that we do. So our advocacy actually now is really mainstreaming, no? So kung ikaw say sa agriculture sector, what are some voluntary work? What are the gaps that can be filled in by volunteers in your sector, wherein you can use volunteer work, no? So ganun po. So yun po yung intention ng batas kung bakit nagbigay siya ng example kung paano mag-volunteer ang private sector. But as I've said, these are not cast in stone. No? There can be other modalities. No? Basta ang prinsipyo natin as defined by volunteerism, this is freely given and money is not the motivating factor. So ano yung role ng government? I think I mentioned already, it's really more of steering rather than rowing. So it shall coordinate, facilitate, and encourage the participation of the voluntary sector in the promotion, utilization, and recognition of volunteerism in national development and international cooperation. With my long experience in government, we appreciate, of course, the contribution of the private sector, especially not-for-profit organization like the NVYC that provides like sort of an umbrella organization in which you will be able to coordinate so that there's coherence for the sector. But the fact is, as I've said, these are organizations with sometimes different priorities, different interests, and sometimes it's difficult actually to put them together. Sometimes there are issues where you can come up easily with one stand, but for some issues might be difficult. So, and also in terms of sustainability. So I think It's not because I'm with the government. It's really important that government is always there. Kahit sa nasa likod, but seeing to it that there's continuity, there is coordination. And they shall be achieved through the provision of enabling and conducive environment for volunteer work. So essentially, this is the essence of RA 9418 to provide the conducive environment for volunteer work. Hindi para hadlangan yung mga initiatives, but rather to provide that environment. So who shall undertake the implementation of RA 9418 and its IRR, of course, PNVSCA. And for the information also of this group, there is interagency body, which we call as the MSAB, or the Multi-Sectoral Advisory Board, that would provide advice in the formulation of policies and guidelines, provide consultative and technical advisory services on volunteer matters, and serve as a forum to enhance and strengthen linkages between and among volunteer groups and communities. At ito po yung composition. This is a very lean organization, but from time to time, we are inviting key agencies, key sectors to be part of this advisory board for some of the meetings. So wala yung NYC dyan kasi ang PNVSCA noon pa na-create yan, at yung MSAB ay isa sa unang na-create na mga 1964 pa. Wala pa yata yung NYC at that time, but as I've said, NYC is a partner of PNVSCA, and I think these two agencies should really work together to promote volunteerism among the youth. There are special provisions of RA 9418. One is the establishment of a national volunteer infrastructure and forum. No? So sinasabi lang ng batas ay dapat there's a mechanism, no, in which coordination would be facilitated, a way to have exchange of information. So una dyan is like yung na-explain kanina, yung registration of youth organizations. Meron din po tayong ganoon dito sa PNVSCA. Meron tayo yung registration of volunteer service organizations, and lately yung registration of volunteer involving organizations. So there's a difference of the two. Yung VSO, these are the one that recruits, deploys volunteers. Yung VIO naman, it's like an VYC that uses volunteers in undertaking their different initiatives. So we hope that NYBC will also register with us so we can easily partner. So alam nyo naman sa government, para mas ma-facilitate ang partnerships, usually we go through registrations, o kaya kung hindi man ay meron tayong MOA, etc. So we really encourage also NBYC and other youth organizations registered with NYC that involves volunteers. And also this provision of the law also requires actually yung reporting ng implementation of volunteerism programs by national government agencies, LGUs, to our office, to the PNVSCA. So again, reports, I hope agencies would not, how do you call that, find it difficult or hindi sasabihin na bakit pa kailangan ng reports natin. Of course, there should always be time for us to reflect on the things that we are doing. Kaya kinakailangan natin itong reports na ito. Are we going towards yung gusto nating ma-achieve? And this can be gleaned from the reports of organizations, agencies, as well as partners. Next. So also the law called for the integration of volunteerism in basic and higher education. So sabi natin, ang volunteerismo ay isa pong kultura ng Pilipino na dapat kahit we go into modernization, we become a middle income country, we become a developed country, ay dapat hindi mawala sa atin. And one way to do that is hindi lang ito na ituturo sa bahay natin, this should also be reinforced in the schools, no, in the institutions like in the Department of Education. And sa higher education so far, the progress is that there are already talks or there's a partnership with the Philippine Society of National Service Training Program, NSTP implementers on the integration of volunteerism in the NSTP. So ito naman ay maganda ito dahil doon sa NSTP ay naipapamulat natin yung kahalagan ng volunteerismo. But as I often say, baka hindi lang dapat sa NSTP natin gagawin ito because sometimes we have the tendency to go only into the traditional volunteerism, no? Like doing some community projects and etc. But this should really be mainstream in the curriculum, no? Kahit sa English, sa science, paano pa natin na-introduce yung konsepto ng volunteerism? Okay, sa English siguro probably in the sentence construction lang, no? Etc. Okay. So these are some examples, no, of volunteering or volunteer programs in the NGAs and the local government units, the Bayanihang Bayan. So to further emphasize yung provisions of the law, nagpasa ang civil service ng Memo Order number 45, series of 2001 on the establishment ng Bayanihang Bayan program for government service. I'm sorry, nagkapalit pala yung CSC, yung volunteer program in the public sector, yun yung sa civil service. Encouraging all government instrumentalities, national government agencies, local government units to establish volunteering programs to cultivate volunteerism, the culture of volunteerism among its employees. So kaya yung aking tanong kanina, some of you might be with the government, no? So you're familiar with the call of our executive secretary for government employees to volunteer doon sa mega swabbing, no? So mukhang nahirapan na mapunuan yung tig-100 lang naman kada ahensya, including attached agency, and mukhang there's a difficulty in filling that up. And yet, ang sinasabi natin, being public servants, dapat siguro sa atin yung medyo mataas yung kultura ng volunteerism. Okay, but as we say dito sa COVID-19, kaya yung tanong ko kanina, I don't know kung ilang porsyento sa atin kaya ang this is really unprecedented. It impacted on us all, takot, and etc. Kaya medyo different story itong COVID-19. But still, we believe that the youth can still be creative, no? Of course, we ensure first our safety, and baka there are other ways of volunteering. And yung Bayanihang Bayan program for government service, this is through Memorandum Order number 45 issued by the President, that also government organizations should implement volunteering programs. Okay. So these are some of the agencies that adopted or that adopted volunteer programs. DILG, DNR, DSWD, DepEd, yung Brigada Eskwela na naririnig natin kada June, DOH, DOJ Parole and Probation Administration, and Metro Manila Development Authority or the MMDA. And among the LGUs, ito yung mga nasubmit sa amin, kaya alam namin. Municipality of Buena Vista, Inagusan Norte, also Barangay Poblacion of Burgos, Ilocos, La Trinidad, Benguet. And in Metro Manila, ito yung mga cities with volunteer programs. City of Manila, Makati, Marikina, Mandaluyong, Muntinlupa, San Juan, Quezon City, and Valenzuela. So I'm sure there are other LGUs and even national government agencies that have adopted volunteer programs, but hindi sila nag-report sa amin, so wala sa listahan namin. So that's one actually of the importance of submitting reports. And also the RA provided for incentive package to volunteers. No? So allowances, insurance, trainings, technical assistance, project support, tokens of appreciation, recognition of volunteer status, visa privileges for foreign volunteers. Unfortunately, baka sabihin nyo, sa PNVSCA ba natin kukuhanin yung mga yan? Allowances, insurances, trainings, technical assistance? Ay hindi po. Doon po sa sinasabi natin na host organization of the volunteers. So ito yung pwedeng ibigay ng host organization. But sa visa privileges for foreign volunteers, that's one of our key activities sa aming opisina. So yun, so visa privilege. So we assist, if you have heard about the COICA volunteers, US Peace Corps, Australian volunteers, French, we assist them doon sa kanilang pagkuha ng visa. And other provisions of RA 9418, it provides for the institutional mechanism for research, documentation, recognition, and modeling of best practices. So in terms of research, sa ngayon, we really leave this up to research institutions, academic institutions to do researches on volunteerism. And I think there are a lot of, we need to really advocate yung conduct of more researches on volunteerism. No? When I was looking for literatures on volunteerism, youth volunteerism, no? We can't even give an exact demographics, no, ng youth volunteerism, no. So there are bits and pieces of information that we have, but hindi ito consolidated, no. So I think there are many areas for research on volunteerism that we need to promote to our state universities as well as private HEIs to do researches on volunteerism and documentation, recognition, and modeling of best practices. So there should be a consortium, no, on research for volunteerism. So that we are still working on this. And the Volunteer Knowledge and Resource Center, we have a physical center here at the PNVSCA. Konti lang na collection on volunteer literatures. So some of you might be interested to visit our office. But we are partnering again with universities, no, to establish resource centers on volunteerism. The UPNCPAG, I think they have a good collection of materials on volunteerism. So our dream is to at least have some knowledge centers or resource centers at least in the Visayas as well as Mindanao. So we are partnering with research universities to have this. And probably some of you are familiar or aware with the National Volunteer Month. So we have this, we line up several advocacy activities, several activities to highlight the importance of volunteerism during NVM, which is held every Kailan natin ino-hold ang NVM, National Volunteer Month? Okay, December natin ino-hold yan. And of course, the search for outstanding volunteers, no? So we have institutionalized this one. Meron po tayong sistema sa pagpili. Sino ba yung mga outstanding volunteers natin na pwedeng pamarisan, be it youth or the adult. And this is by category also. Merong group or organizations as well as individual, with the end in view of further promoting volunteerism. By seeing the experiences of these people, we hope that more people would be inspired to do volunteering work. Okay, so I think, anong oras pa ako nag-start? Okay. So I think I have 10 minutes left. So I'll introduce briefly PNVSCA. So our organization was established in 1964 through Executive Order number 134. So we trace our roots from this executive order. And during that time, there was a Middle Manpower Conference held in Puerto Rico at the time. And it was during that convention that the role of volunteerism in socioeconomic development was recognized. No? So as a response to that, then President Macapagal Diosdado issued the executive order. And some decades after that, this was December 1980, President Marcos issued executive order number 635, which also renamed the Philippine National Volunteer Service Committee into the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency. So it now becomes your service court and not an interagency committee only. And in 2007, this is a milestone for volunteerism in the Philippines with the passage of RA 9418, which is the Act institutionalizing a strategy for rural development, strengthening volunteerism, and for other purposes, or otherwise known as Volunteer Act of 2007. So what do we do as an agency? So similar with the NYC, we do policy review and formulation concerning volunteerism. So everything about volunteerism, we review this. We also formulate policy and submit this to appropriate bodies like Congress. And coordinate, monitor, and evaluate volunteerism programs. We also serve as clearinghouse for international volunteer service. So yung volunteer service organization who would like to do volunteering work here in the Philippines, they should pass through the PNVSCA. And development of volunteering models. These are some prototypes that other organizations, there's a saying that it's not good to always start, no, na pabago-bago, or baka there are prototypes na pwedeng pamarisan para hindi mahirapan sa pag-start. And all you need to do is to tailor fit this to your situation. And technical services and capability building. So those organizations who would like to establish volunteering initiatives, we can provide technical assistance. Private organizations, not-for-profit, LGUs, as well as national government agencies. And of course, like you, we do a lot of networking, partnerships, so that we will be able to promote better, widen our reach, because we are also a very small organization. I think we're smaller than NYC. So we need to develop partnerships and advocacy, of course. So with this mandate, we are able to come up with a program which we call as the National Volunteer Service Program. So all our initiatives are summed up into this one program, which is called the NVSP. And of course, these are supportive, our programs are supportive of the Philippine Development Plan, our Ambition 2040, our Sustainable Development Goals. So some of the examples that we do on policy review is we reviewed the PDP, and we are again asking them because of the pandemic. I think the NEDA is coming up with another, not exactly revision, but an update of the PDP. So we have to as again NEDA to emphasize volunteerism as a cross-cutting strategy in the PDP. For now, it's included in only 5 chapters, but we believe that volunteerism should be found in all, if not in all the chapters as much as possible. And also we called on the regional development councils to integrate volunteerism in their regional development plans and have undertaken regional fora, advocacy and policy formulation exercises. So this is the NVSP. It has basically 2 components, the local service, volunteer service. Example of this is the Bayanihang Bayan and the volunteer program in public sector, and the international volunteer service, the foreign volunteers in the Philippines and Filipino volunteers overseas. So we are accepting foreign volunteers here in our country, but at the same time, we also process yung pagpunta ng volunteers natin sa ibang bansa. And I cannot wait for the time where the Philippines would really have its own volunteer group. No, like the COICA, siguro when we become a middle income country, ay meron din tayong ganito. And the same siguro ang magiging appreciation ng international community sa isang volunteer na Filipino for sure. No, the way we are being appreciated on sa healthcare industry and the smiles industry, lagay ko ang Pinoy na volunteer ay iba. At dahil sa atin, yung caring attitude natin is really innate with us Filipinos. So PNB-SCA, as mentioned, we advocate, and these are also the possible ways in which we can assist organizations such as you, help you in your advocacy, also in terms of partnering with other organizations, for you to establish linkages with other volunteering group. We can facilitate also that, and in terms of documentation, recognition, and capacity building. Okay, so recently for this COVID-19, as I've asked you earlier, if you have volunteered, one of our initiatives is to come up with an online platform to volunteer. No? So we have launched this in our website. If you visit our website, makikita nyo doon yung Be a Volunteer. So it simply would, kung ikaw ay individual or organization, you can actually enroll the NBYC as an organization, or you can also sign up as individual volunteers. And of course, there are some questions there doon sa sign up. And what we do is to match you with organizations that would want yung volunteer offer, the offer na gusto nyo ibigay as service, and would be able to provide some of the conditions na identify ninyo. Like for example, basic, the host organization should provide PPE and some expenses for transportation, for example. So yun. So kung magkaigi naman with the host organization, then mako-consummate kumbaga yung inyong partnership, yung volunteering work nyo. So far, marami nang nag-sign up and we have deployed. We have coordinated this with our partner. We partnered this with the Secretariat of the Regional Development Councils, the NEDA regional offices. And another new initiative that would, or that's intended to help address the effects of COVID-19 is the Balik Kabayanihan. So I think karamihan sa atin, if not a member, immediate family member, ang OF, siguro tito natin, cousin natin are OF. So this is very important for all of us. So the idea here for the Balik Kabayanihan is to tap possible volunteer mentors that would provide assistance to our OFs who would like to, say, engage into entrepreneurial activities, start a business. So alam naman natin na mahirap yung mag-experiment, no? But if you can have mentors to augment again the services being provided, like by DTI, for example, Mentor Me and other organizations. So baka pwedeng may mga volunteers na pwedeng tumulong. So isa po yan. I hope some of you would be interested in that. Okay, and last part of my presentation is to provide you, based on our studies, no, of what we read on the impact of youth volunteerism, no. So dito sa slide makikita pa lang natin na in terms of yung sheer number, no, ng volunteer na youth ay isa sa demographic, isa ang youth na pinakamaraming volunteers. Pero hindi tayo ang nangunguna actually. It's not the 15 to 30. It's yung next to that, 30 to 50, because of course we understand na yung age bracket natin, marami pa yung nasa eskwela, and yung next bracket natin ay ito na yung medyo independent. They can afford to probably leave their work and do some volunteering work, no? So and what it's saying is that it really on the self, next slide, yung impact niya is on the individual volunteer or self, it increases one's person's employability. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin ito yung ginagawa noon na para lang makapag-abroad si registered nurse ay kailangan pang magbayad, no, sa hospital para magtrabaho and then mabigyan ng certificate na work. No, this is not what we mean, no, kasi in fact bawal dapat yan. We should not encourage that. When you do volunteering work, you improve your social capital, so that of course increases your employability, and especially if you already had a good track record doon sa pinagtrabahuan mo, ay that would increase your chances of being employed. And volunteering also offers young people an opportunity to reflect on their career direction and develop career paths. Many of us have not benefited from guidance counseling when we took our courses, no, yung sa kolehiyo, nung bata tayo, para ang pinaka-popular ay maging doktor, maging lawyer, maging engineer, maging scientist. So I recall yung annual ano ng aking anak nung siya preschool, siya lang yung nakapagsulat doon ng ano tawag nito, veterinarian, no, because ito pala yung kanyang influence is the one she watches on TV, yung Animal Planet, no. So yun, so what I'm trying to say is sometimes medyo later na natin na realize kung ano pa talaga yung purpose natin sa buhay, gusto natin sa buhay. So through this volunteering work, tayo nabigyan ng opportunity, nag-reflect, and baka ang gusto pala natin gawin sa buhay ay magpari. So yun. And also again related to number one, yung personal development or improving yung human capital. As one of the benefits, and of course self-esteem also and confidence, no. So and I think this is born out of research. There's empirical evidence that those that volunteer actually nag-improve yung kanilang self-esteem and confidence. And on the host organization, syempre, malaking bagay ito sa host organization. No? So it increases the capacity to deliver services either by developing new services or extending existing ones. Ang sinasabi din naman natin, sana ang volunteerism ay hindi gagamitin para mang-exploit, no? Dahil may volunteer ay yung kaya natin dapat na pasahuran, bigyan, but hindi natin sahuran. So it should not be that way, no? So we are also looking into some local partner institutions. Isa yun na tinitingnan namin. And become employees within their host organizations. So again, so going back to track record, I don't know if, or when I was in NEDA, karamihan or there are many instances na yung hinar namin eventually are yung mga nag-OJT sa amin. So ganon din sa volunteer because important yung track record, no, na nakilala mo na and you know how this person works. And improve the image of the organization among young people in the community, and they can act as advocates for network. But sana itong organizations na ito ay hindi lang pang PR, pampakitang but how do you call that? They should ensure yung rights, protection of their volunteers and ensure that the benefit would be two-way and hindi lang para mapakita na sila ay isang magandang kumpanya. Okay. So young volunteers bring an energy and vibrancy. So I experienced this when I was new. Hindi medyo kinat ng ating moderator yung aking but I also started with NEDACAR. That's where I started. And that time, ako lang yung medyo bata, no? And na pumasok. And parang medyo, sa totoo lang, medyo boring ang buhay. Walang vibrancy. Kaya lang, wala silang magawa kasi nag-iisa ako. But after some few months, sabay-sabay na, I don't know, nagkaroon ng maraming vacancy. Maraming dumating. But you know, when they came in, talagang nabuhay yung organization. We had a lot of team buildings and etc. So that really, the youth, you know, would improve yung vibrancy of organization, especially youth volunteers. And young volunteers have helped raise funds for the work of their. Okay, so ito sa expertise ng youth volunteers natin. They are very creative in raising funds, no? And having a young volunteer program can provide opportunities to develop new partnerships and networks with other local and national organizations. So if you put that collectively, yung effect on the host organization, that's actually would be the effect on the wider community and even yung effect niya sa self. Kasi kung mga kabataan natin, they have the opportunity to go through these experiences at naging mabuting citizen, magkakaroon ng positive effect on the community. So communities have more of their needs met, and volunteering can build young people's social capital and also citizenship. So this is an example of youth volunteering that obviously this is done during COVID, no? So they are very young volunteers as part of their activity in school. So we actually encourage all of you to volunteer, and I hope that NYVC would become a bigger organization. Your presence would be what do you call that? Expand sa iba't ibang panig ng Pilipinas. Okay, so I again would like to encourage you to go and volunteer, no? Especially for COVID, but we need to follow government protocols, and most of all, we should ensure din our safety, no? Kasi syempre, ayaw din naman natin ng ating mga kabataan ay magkasakit dahil dito sa pag-volunteer natin. But as I mentioned again, you have a lot of creativity. Baka marami kayong ibang platforms na pwede na gawin. No? And this is one thing that we would like to introduce with NBYC. Probably we can partner with this. Kasi sabi natin, medyo this experience is really unprecedented. No? Some of us are still medyo takot ma-infect. So this limits us from doing volunteer work. But baka we can do something on, we call this volunteering for volunteers, V for V. Baka NBYC can help us conceptualize and maybe we can launch this together. Ang purpose naman nito, kung tayo yung ilan sa atin na especially those with comorbidities, hindi pwedeng mag-frontline, baka we can do something by supporting the volunteers natin. Because as I've mentioned, may expenses na kinakailangan din sa mga volunteers natin, right? Yung kanilang allowance, for example, for food. Not all host organizations are able to provide those. So baka there's a group of volunteers that would support itong needs ng ating volunteers. And even yung advocacies natin against discrimination ng ating volunteers, baka we can do something to protect our volunteers. So yun naman ang pwedeng gawain ng probably some group members natin. So I think I have to end it here. And again, thank you NYBC for inviting us, and I'm offering partnership with you. Hopefully, we can do some partnerships, especially for COVID-19. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po, sir. All right. Wow. Thank you so much, ED Gawe, for your talk. Again, if you have any questions or clarifications to Sir Gawe's talk, please prepare your questions as we will have an open forum later on. And speaking about open forum, we are now, if you have any questions right now, you're actually free to comment down below your questions already, since that's actually available. So we can actually track down what your questions are already. So we actually talked about a lot of things. We talked about the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency, the Philippine Development Plan, the Youth Organization Registration Program, and wow, I think that is volunteering in the Philippines. But now, let's talk about into a much deeper or higher perspective, since now we're going to be talking about sustainable development goals. Now, let me introduce to you our next speaker. Our next speaker is a licensed environmental planner and licensed real estate broker. He is a former project development officer at the Makati Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office, a former research assistant at the University of the Philippines Diliman in the School of Urban and Regional Planning, and the former planning consultant at the local government of the Municipality of Castilla Sorsogon. He finished his BA in Public Administration at the UP Diliman and at the Public Administration and Governments, and MA at Urban and Regional Planning at the University of the Philippines Diliman School of Urban and Regional Planning. He also works as a podcast co-host at the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Inc. and Task Force and Project Manager at the Institute of Environmental Science for Social Change Incorporated. Mga ka-mismo, let us all welcome the National Director for Education and Research of the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines. All welcome, Mr. Albrecht Arthur, or as we call Kuya Brex Arevalo. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Miris. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello also to the other speakers, Director Gawe, and I missed the other two, but anyway, let's get the show on the road. I think my laptop just fell, but anyway. Hello. First of all, I would like to share my screen. I am just on a cell phone, so let's see if this works. Hold on there. All right, just a minute. Share content, screen, start broadcast. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I think it's on. All right. Now, I can't see anyone else's faces because I'm just on a cell phone, but Can I get a confirmation that you see my screen? It should say there, Youth Action for the SDGs.
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right, awesome, awesome. Okay, so let's get the show on the road. We've heard a lot about, from Director Gawe about, in a way, the institutional side of volunteerism, definition of it, and a little bit of his experiences also throughout the years. I heard a little bit about Europe, and I didn't hear the first one though, but let's see if we can try and pull things together. Now, for this talk, I'd just like everyone to take a little step back, try to relax a bit, find a comfortable position. All right, now let's talk about Youth Action for the SDGs. Again, I'm Brex Arevalo, 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines. Let's get the show on the road. All right, I assume many of you are familiar with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, a list of 17 goals established by the UN in 2015. We'll get a bit more to that later. In this talk, I would like to go through maybe 3 main questions. Number 1, what is sustainable development? Number 2, what exactly are the SDGs? Number 3, what can I do as a young person? You know, a lot of us are here on our own accord, or on our own volition. None of us were forced into this. So throughout this talk, I'd like to show you guys maybe, well, what basis do we have for volunteering? And maybe share some ideas about what we can do. Now, number 1, why am I volunteering? Okay, so it all started with video games. I think I was in high school, 4th year high school, all the way back in 2009, 2010. And I was playing this video game called Fire Emblem. And it's very interesting because it was like you had a chessboard. So it was like a chessboard. You have environments, different environments, forests, oceans, beaches, what have you. And you have different characters, each with their own skill sets, with their own strengths and their own weaknesses. And they react differently depending on the situation. And basically the objective of this one was try to, just like chess, try to arrange your characters, position your characters, and move strategically in such a way that will get you to conquer your opponent or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Now, this really, really interested me because at the time I was thinking, what do I want to do for the rest of my life? You know, it was an existential crisis in a sense for me. And because I thought of this video game, it involves land, I started to research a bit more into land, read up on things like city planning, urban planning, and eventually I got to the concept of sustainable development. It got me questioning things about what I would see around me. Is development something that looks like this? Is development something like this? You have pictures over there, and I think they speak for themselves, even if the text is, I think that's Portuguese or Spanish. And what about them? What about the poor? What about the people on the margins? What about those little puppies who are out there on the street who are out there and maybe they just don't know what to do? Now, let's get to the definition of sustainable development. This was from 1987. Many of you may have seen this already from school, from textbooks. It's from the Brundtland Commission, and it reads, sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Pretty simple. But throughout the, how many decades has it been? 3 decades, we're still trying to unpack this concept, you get to things like the pillars of sustainable development, where now we're starting to see that development is not really just about economic growth, not just about money. It's also about protecting the environment. It's also about thinking about social progress. What's happening to the people? So these are the three pillars of sustainable development, and I think it might be easy for you to remember as you go along. And the key word there is interconnectedness. You need at least all of these three working together to achieve sustainable development. Now, sustainable development is a process. It keeps going, it keeps going. So it's not at all static. Remember that. Now, quick overview, Sustainable Development Goals. In 2015, the United Nations, along with 180 plus member states, or the countries who are part of the United Nations, Philippines, USA, Spain, Italy, Germany, all these different countries that are aligned with the United Nations, they got together, they made some consultations, even with volunteers, even with civil society, faith-based organizations, businesses, private organizations, experts. They got all of these people together and they said, okay, it seems like we're in a doozy here. We're going through this whole sustainable development thing. We don't seem to be getting it correct. Now, what do we do? So you got to understand that before this, there was the Millennium Development Goals, which were a set of goals by the United Nations from 2000 to 2015. And it was basically only around poverty, only for the developing countries. Now, they learned a lot from that process. And then they came up with the Sustainable Development Goals, a new set, which is created with more participation from people. So while the MDGs were made mostly by experts, the SDGs were made more by people. More people were participating in it. And so it's a better reflection of what's really happening on the ground. Now, they found out a lot of different things. And the key thing there was interconnectedness. There were 17 goals that were identified and further categorized into different pillars. You have the people pillar, which has things like no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, very important right now. You have things like planet, clean water, life below water. What do we do with the fishes? Climate action, climate change. You have things like prosperity. How do we create more sustainable cities and communities? How do we address inequalities, structural inequalities that are playing out today and made more apparent by the COVID crisis? You also have things like peace, the peace pillar, which is fundamental to how we relate with each other and fundamental in how we build partnerships. Previous speaker, I think Director Gawe, if I have your name correct, sir, talked a lot about partnerships and the importance of that. The Sustainable Development Goals, though to be implemented from local levels, regional levels, and global levels, is not at all top down, but requires that people try and work together and try to scale things up, to scale up their efforts and not stick to their own little silos. It's about leaving no one behind. You might hear that often, that's the motto or battle cry for the SDGs. This one is interesting for me. So we're in a crisis, we're in a COVID pandemic. I'm not sure if the whole thing is seen, but basically this diagram illustrates how each of the SDGs are impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. It's by the UN DESA. You guys can search for that online. It's free. And it shows things like, for example, COVID-19 affects food production. COVID-19 affects economic activities. We're seeing a lot of SMEs having trouble nowadays. We're seeing things like, what is an interesting one? Quality education. Access for many people is not to be assumed in this day and age. So it illustrates very well, the SDGs in a way are a framework. It's a basis for our action. It informs how we proceed. And again, it's the interconnectedness of this. It's how things mesh together. And in a way, it illustrates for us that COVID-19 is not just a health issue. It's just one of the many interconnected crises that we face today. In fact, a lot of experts from WHO, from UN, from World Bank have been stressing the point that the COVID-19 pandemic and future pandemics are inevitable if we continue to degrade the environment. Because, for example, and this is very simplified, you have your habitat, you disrupt the habitat, you deforest, you remove the home for the animals that are living there. The animals and organisms that are living there move away and closer to the settlements of humans, to where people are living. Now, these animals may carry with them certain microbes, bacteria, viruses that are okay for their bodies. Their bodies can keep up with it, but may not be okay for us humans. So, in fact, and you guys could correct me on this if I'm mistaken. I saw a statistic recently that said over 50% of the infectious diseases worldwide come from animals, come from different organisms. So I think we're seeing the pattern there. Okay? Now, okay. Thank you. Okay, so now that's an overview of SDGs, a little bit of overview of the interconnections of things, and maybe what basis we can have for volunteering. I'd like to introduce you and say a little bit about my organization and also the organization where I got connected with guys like Franz, with Sarah, with Miris. It was through the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines. It's an organization of youth who we're basically a bunch of volunteers trying to do stuff for the SDGs on different levels. We were established in, I believe, 2017, 2016 in the UNDP headquarters in Bangkok. We're connected to the more regional youth force in Asia Pacific umbrella. So you've got things like youth force in Vietnam, youth force in Indonesia and China, and our chapter is the Philippines. Now, what are we doing in the Philippines? So we organize things like SDG conferences and workshops with the Filipino youth. I'm going to zoom into this picture because this one is interesting for me. This one was in 2018, December. And this one was very special to me because if you see over there, you have speaking together in the moderated open forum, and this speaks about the beauty of volunteerism. On the left of the big couch, you have I think she was the policy director for NEDA. I forget her name. Anyway, so you guys could correct me later. She's the policy director for NEDA at the time. I don't know if still now. You have in the middle there Miss Antoinette Toss, a celebrity who is also having her own volunteer organization right now called Planet Cora. And then on the right, you have an indigenous representative. So you have these different sectors working together and discoursing and saying, these are the issues, these are how they relate to each other, and maybe these are how we can partner together to address them. Okay, what else are we doing? We have youth-led community engagements. This one is sort of one of our flagships, started in 2018 by our SDG 7 ambassador, Mr. Jael Mendoza. It's called Project Liab. And basically what they did there was they went to a place in Pampanga called Sitio Haduan, and they installed some solar panels. They tried to give electricity to the place. And true enough, as we're speaking about SDGs and interconnectedness, they eventually realized, hey, this isn't just about energy. This isn't just about one SDG. It could also be about things like SDG 4, education. So they have things like education drives. It could also be things about SDG 11, sustainable communities. So they try and get the community to handle their solid waste more sustainably. So it's working. It's working as a process. It's very interesting to see how it develops. It's won a bunch of awards. So it's something that I would highly recommend that you guys check out. They're on Facebook. I think they have a website. We've done some lectures in schools and colleges. This web right here is one of the many SDG webs that we've done with students. So basically we ask them, how are the SDGs connected in your opinion? And they tried to jot together some notes over there. This was in 2018, the first edition of our Climate Action Forum. This one is one of our most successful events where we usually get around 150, 200 plus youth together to talk about climate change, talk about solutions. We've had 3 editions now. The 3rd edition is actually happening at this moment. The Climate Action Forum 2020, it's via Zoom. So it's happening now until tomorrow. I believe tomorrow it's 1 to 5 p.m. So I hope you guys can catch that. We do things like webinars, information campaigns. Over there on the left, you can see do's and don'ts during the COVID-19 pandemic. We had a webinar about COVID-19 that also highlighted TB, tuberculosis, which is not so much in the media as COVID-19, but is equally a concern here in the country. This was fun. This was an SDG mural painting in Camp Karingal in Quezon City back in September, where we partnered with the police and 17 different schools to work together in solidarity. And we painted before it was a blank wall, big wall, and then we painted them each with SDG murals and creative stuff. So these are some of the paintings that were made there. You know, I was surprised at how great they actually look, you know, for a day, and all of them just went together. That's cool. We have had, and you know, coming back to the motto of SDGs, which is leave no one behind, we also attempt to recognize and acknowledge the efforts of those people who are on the grassroots. So last year we held an awards night recognizing these people and the benefit gala. This person is from a community in Pasig River where you know, right now the Pasig River, and for the past many decades, has been, you know, quite frankly, a dumping ground, a dumping area. And there was this concerted effort with partnership from the government, with partnership from NGOs and the local community to really clean up the community and beautify and really have this whole renewal. So the beautiful thing that happened here was, and you can check this out, highly recommend it. Made a thesis about this thing. Was they the community established their own people's organization called the River Warriors. A bunch of volunteers where they got together and really tried to clean up their home, really try to educate the youth, and they've won some awards because of their efforts. I forget this lady's name, but she was a river warrior from that community, one of the leaders there. And we have a recently released podcast. Please follow us. We're on Spotify, Apple, Stitcher, and wherever you can get your podcasts. So this is Humans for SDGs. It's sort of a play on Humans of New York. I think you guys are familiar with that. And we're basically interviewing anyone and everyone who's interested and who has a story related to sustainable development. We've interviewed a forester. We've interviewed an affordable energy advocate. We've interviewed the most recent episode that just came out. It was interesting for me. It was my boss who has been working 30 years now with an indigenous community in Bukidnon. So it was very interesting to get his perspective. We've done a bunch of recordings. So in the coming weeks, every week, we strive to release one new episode. I encourage you all to please follow us. And if you guys actually have a story to tell or want to recommend someone to guest on our podcast, please do. We're very open to it. We also host an online SDG Tambayan where we invite different people to talk about certain topics. So this one was for Independence Day, June 12th. We got Miss Sarah Ilago there, youth representative. We got an SK Federation president, Mr. Ross Omega, Commission on Human Rights attorney, Ross Tugade, and the founder of Good Governance PH, Mr. Dexter Yang. All of this can be viewed on our Facebook page. And I'm just starting to wrap up over here. I think I have 3 more slides I'd just like to share. Okay, step back. So when I started this talk, one of the things I mentioned was, aside from giving basis to volunteers and why we volunteer, a framework for our actions, one of the things I mentioned also was to give ideas and to give ideas about what is possible. Okay? Now, the SDGs for me are a very interesting framework because they're easily relatable for the most part. Now, what you see on your screen here was a youth summit. This is in Bukidnon, in the place that I mentioned earlier where we work, in my day job. And we've been running an indigenous school there for the past 30 years with the community. And please take note, with, not for, with them. And the SDGs have really been taken up by them. They're learning about the SDGs and they're trying their best to implement them, to take action for them. Now this place, it was very interesting. It used to be a logging site and you'd see 0 trees there 30 years ago. But with the help of the community, with the help of the school and the youth, they've reforested the place. And it's one of these hubs in Bukidnon where you can just get fresh air and there are lots of trees and it's beautiful. And a lot of that has to do with partnership. And last September, in solidarity with the Global Week of Action of the United Nations and also the Climate Action Summit that was held at the same time, we thought to have our own youth summit on climate with several villages in the area. We invited several villages and also the mayor. We invited the mayor to go all the way from the city, drive up 5 hours to the mountains, 5 hours, I'm not kidding, drive up 5 hours to the mountains and dialogue with the youth. about the SDGs, about what they wish for their community, and about how they can work together. And it was beautiful. It was a 2-day, 3-day thing. The mayor and some of the local government officials really were there and talked to the people. I'll zoom in a little bit. If you see there's a blackboard there with an image of the Sustainable Development Goals, and that is in their own language. They translated that into their own language called Pulang Yon. Okay, last 2 slides. Okay, and this was also another thing that we were doing. This was in Gujarat in India. I think this was my last one. No, this was my last slide, second to the last. I just want to illustrate the importance of culture and maybe also of faith, just to wrap things up here. This was in our annual meeting in Gujarat in India. I'm part of this faith-based organization composed of Jesuits and other religious. I'm not a Jesuit, but and other religious who are taking action for the environment, for ecology. Now, this was very interesting. This was again an indigenous community in Gujarat in India, and about 25, 30 years ago, there was this one Jesuit who was studying for his PhD in, I forget the name of it. It's something like when you study about, it's something like taxonomy or something, where you study about the different plant species and something like that. And this guy in the middle, Father Lancelot D. Cruz, he went over there and he noticed this community was very good in herbal medicine. They're called the Adi Aushadhi tribe in India. They're very good in making herbal medicine, but they're experiencing poverty. And the trend is a lot of their youth leave their homes to go to urban areas to get odd jobs, maybe at a gasoline station, for carpentry, as a clerk. And a lot of the times what happens to the youth is they don't find their place there in the urban areas. They may be abused. And eventually they go home. So I'd like to emphasize home. Home. Because I think from what we've discussed earlier, and remember those 3 pillars of sustainable development: economics, society, and environment. I think something that's missing there is culture. The importance of respecting culture. Because everywhere you go, it will be different. And it was beautiful what Father Lancy here did to help this community. So they're good at herbal medicine. And he said, let me help you make a business model out of this. He made a business model out of it, help them gain entrepreneurial skills, to sell, to go out and really market their products. And now, 2 decades later, I kid you not, if you look at the SDGs just as a sort of framework, you see increases across the board. So you have more youth who are educated. You have better quality of life. They have more money to spend. People don't have to leave their homes and, in effect, disrupt the relationships within the community. They don't have to leave their homes. They stay in there. They're there with their families. They help out. They build solidarity with each other. They're working with the government. So it's not at all a top-down thing, but it's something that really came from them. And it's a beautiful model to study, because keep in mind, this has been going on for 25 years, 30 years. So I think I'll end there. There's a lot to unpack, and I hope that people have questions because we'll maximize our learning here and our capability to do things beyond this conference with dialogue. And just to leave, I hope that you guys have learned something from this. Just to remind you, this whole volunteerism thing, this whole sustainable development thing, this is a story we ourselves are shaping. We ourselves are doing together. It really comes from us because, as was mentioned earlier, we're not exactly paid all the time to do this, but we do realize the importance of leaving no one behind. We do realize that maybe, just maybe, we can do so much more. Thank you, mabuhay, and I really hope for some questions. All right, back to you, Miris.
All right. Thank you so
Bye, good
much, Sir Brex. Ayan. All right. So thank you so much for such an insightful talk yet again, all about the SDGs. Again, if you have any questions or clarifications regarding Sir Brex's talk, please prepare your questions. As again, like what Sir Brex said, we do encourage you to ask questions because we will have an open forum later. Again, sa mga ka-mismo natin, please continue using our official hashtag. Hashtag NYVC Let's Fall In, hashtag NYVC Second Anniv, and hashtag Volunteer Mismo. At malay nyo, kaya naman ang susunod na mananalo sa ating mga pop rep. And now, I'm actually so excited for this. So before we head to our open forum, we have our last speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, last speaker. Kanina pa siya nakatayo actually. Moving on, our speaker, Mark Conrad Ravanzo, or known to his friends as Kuya Mako, is a proud Chabacano. Shoutout sa mga Chabacano natin. He is from Lamitan, Basilan Island in Mindanao. His mother, Zenaida Ravanzo, is a retired grade 6 teacher, and he has one elder sister named Connie. He is currently working in Metrobank as the head of Activation Support Unit. At the same time, runs his self-initiated volunteer organization called I Am Making a Difference, or I Am Bad. He believes that volunteerism is a way of life. His ultimate dream is to become a Jollibee endorser. He studied inter-ethnic dialogue in Northern Illinois University, USA, and also learned how to make a bracelet out of santan flowers when he was in grade 2. Grabe, idol ko siya. So again, let's all welcome Kuya Mako, or again, Mark Conrad Ravanzo. Good afternoon, Kuya Mark.
Hi, Myrus. Youth Volunteer Coalition, a happy second year anniversary. So, magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Ayan. Start na ba ako? Oh yeah, I think so. Ayan. So, let me just share my screen. Wait. There we go. Tama ba? There. Nakikita nyo ba? Okay. Okay, I think nakikita nyo na. Ayan. So today, we'll be talking about how to turn your passion into action. But before that, let me introduce myself. So I am a son of Zenaida Ravanzo. Ayan, yan yung maganda ko nanay. Then I have one sister, si Connie, and I have a baby. No, joke lang. It's actually my niece. Ayan, so this is my family. Ayan. Then, I'm also, ayun, last year I became an ambassador of goodwill representing the Philippines. I'm part of the batch sa Cabias, or the 46th Ship for Southeast Youth, Ship for Southeast Asian Youth Program. Ayan. And also, ayan, hindi po ako flight stewardess, FA, ayan. So ang work ko ay currently I'm connected with Metrobank as the head of the Activation Support Unit, doing local sales activities. And of course, I'm also a volunteer of I Am Making a Difference. Dahil naniniwala ako na kahit na may trabaho tayo, na kahit na estudyante tayo, meron tayong passion to still volunteer. We have this, sabi nga nila, nasa dugo natin yung pagiging bayani. So normal sa atin yung pagiging volunteer. So I am also a volunteer of I Am Making a Difference. And of course, sinabi nga ni Myros, I am, ayan, si Jollibee. My ultimate dream is to become a Jollibee endorser kasi parehas kami ng pisngi ni Jollibee. Ayan. So, more of me. Okay, tapos na tayo sa introduction. We do this sa usual when I conduct talks. Usually, I ask the audience ng mad ka na ba? And since online tayo, so I need to go to the YouTube kasi naka-live naman tayo, right? Okay, so I want you to reply sa chat ng mad ka na ba? Okay, try natin. So guys, mad ka na ba? So sana may magre-reply ng mad na sa, ayan, si Aika, ayan, ang National Youth Volunteer Coalition, syempre naka-live siya. Ayan, so si Aika Dayanan, Roy Vincent, ayan, yun. So ibig sabihin nandyan kayo at nakikinig kayo sa ating talk ngayon. Okay, so later on, I'll also say this para lang to check how are you now. Okay, so ayan, ang galing ha, napakatito ko, may pa live pa, Lander, si Vincent, ayan, so sumasagot kayo. Okay, so for this afternoon, si Nicole sumagot. For this afternoon, I'll be sharing with you some tips or steps on how to turn your passion into action because you have already listened or learned mga RAs on volunteerism, tapos nagbigay na rin ng sample ng mga projects ng SDG. So right now, I'll be sharing some tips on how you would turn your passion into action by simply sharing my volunteer story. I think that would be great. Okay, so are you ready? Mad ka na ba? Mad na! Okay, so first is, number 1, you need to dream deeper. Hindi lang dream ha, dapat deeper. Kasi magkaiba yon. Sabi nila, usually, diba, nung bata tayo, sinasabi nila, dapat mataas yung pangarap mo, maging doktor ka, maging ganyan. But namimiss natin yung sinasabi nilang mangarap ng malalim. Ano ba yon? Let me share my story. Ayan. So, hindi po ako manukirista. Ayan. I am actually a registered nurse. Diba ang layo from the bank, tapos registered nurse pala ako. So, it was actually not my parang kagustuhan na maging nurse. It was actually the dream of my mom to be a nurse. Tapos sabi niya, "Uy, why not na mag-take ka ng BS nursing para maging nurse kasi nakapunta ka na ng States and I think you have a future." And during our time, so sobrang patok ng nursing na parang lahat ng tao BS nursing yung course. So ako naman, since mabait akong anak, diba? Sige, why not take up BS nursing and let's see how it works for me. So there you go. So I took up nursing, but eventually, during my second or third year, I felt na parang, this is not what I want. Hindi ito yung gusto kong gawin sa buhay ko. So, alam mo yung feeling na kapag nag-duty ka sa hospital, 7 to 3, 7:30 pa lang, ino-observe mo na yung orasan kasi you want to end your duty already. So that's how I never loved BS nursing. So what I did was, sabi ko, sige, tapusin natin yung 4 years course na yon, but I want to do something else. And Operation Shoebox was born. Ginawa ko, since hindi naman ako masyadong parang para hindi ako mabore and for me to still do what I want, I created an organization in school. Ito naman, syempre, since nursing, nagbigay kami ng mga hygiene kits sa mga bata sa loob na nakalagay sa isang shoebox. And binigay namin yun as a way of just paying forward and out of boredom siguro na sobrang may gusto akong gawing iba, hindi yung pagiging nurse. And it lasted until I graduated. And patuloy siya, and sabi ko sa sarili ko, okay, this is what I want to do. Gusto ko pumunta sa community, gusto ko pumunta sa mga bata. At doon ko nasabi na, okay, this is my passion. Gusto ko ng kabataan, gusto ko kasama ko always yung mga bata. I fell in love with kids. And during the course of time, I asked myself, bakit ba sobrang attached ako sa mga bata? Why am I so passionate with kids na gumawa ako ng organization which is I Am Making a Difference that focuses on children at first. Eventually it evolved and turned into a volunteer organization focusing so many other sectors. So pinag-aralan ko and I reflected kung bakit ba sobrang mahal ko and sobrang attached ako sa mga bata. And then I realized through the camps that we do, sabi nung nakikita ko yung mga bata, tinanong ko sarili ko, bakit pa sobrang mahal mo yung mga bata? Bakit kapag kasama mo yung mga bata, sobrang high ka, yung parang you're so passionate at hindi ka napapagod sa mga ginagawa mo. Then I reflected and recalled that 31 years ago, my dad, who was a soldier, was assigned in a military assignment that was 31 years ago. And it has been 31 years already that he never came back. And right now, I'm 31 years old. So that means I've never seen him. Hindi ko pa siya nayakap. Hindi ko pa siya nakausap lang. Or the presence, hindi ko naramdaman. And that made me reflect na parang kaya pala sobrang gusto ko yung mga bata. It's because I don't want these kids to feel the incompleteness that I felt with my own missing dad. Na parang sana lahat ng mga bata makaramdam ng pagmamahal, kung hindi man sa kanilang mga magulang, kundi sa mga ibang tao katulad ng mga volunteers na naniniwala ako punong-puno ng pagmamahal kaya sila nagvo-volunteer. And I Am Mad was that. We go out there, we conduct camps and we give love, we provide love to the kids even na hindi pa namin sila ganun kakilala. And because of that reason, kaya yun yung dun ko na-realize na okay, so kaya pala ako sobrang attached sa mga bata. Because I don't want them to feel the loss that I felt with my own dad. And I want you, ito sabi ko nga sa kanila, sa mga volunteers, your deepest hugot is your most effective advocacy. Lahat tayo may mga hugot stories, lahat tayo may mga MMK stories, and I want you to reflect on that. And I'm challenging you to start an advocacy out of it. If you came from a broken family, or if may pinagdadaanan ka, 'di ba? Si Roy Vincent sabi niya, true, kapag may pinagdadaanan ka, gamitin mo yun as your advocacy kasi naniniwala ako magiging successful ka. Hindi lang para sa sarili mo, pero para sa iba. Because that's who you are. That's your dream. That's your deeper dream. And kung gusto man nating maging doktor, alamin mo kung bakit mo gustong maging doktor. Diba? The reason behind you being a doctor, that's your deeper dream. Hindi lang dahil sa gusto mo mag-base sa maputi or what, but there's a deeper reason why do you want to be that person. With that, I want to play a video. Ayan. So I hope I can make it. Wait lang, paano ba ito? Okay, mag-share ako ng video and sana Okay, so hindi daw nag-show yung video. Okay, I'll stop na lang the video. Okay, and focus on the talk. Okay, sorry for that, medyo tito ako, so hindi ko alam paano ulit to. Okay, hindi nag-share ang video. Okay, I'll go back to my slides now. Okay, but it's about the story, my story, and I want you to sana to watch it para mas ma-inspire ka. Right now, so are you following my slides now? Ayan. Okay, so since hindi nyo nakita ang video, mad na ba kayo? Mad ko na ba? Ayan. Wala. Hindi nyo nakita. Ayan, PowerPoint. Okay, sige, sayang. Pero I'll try to put the link of the video here sa chat na to para mapanood nyo. Okay, sayang naman, hindi nakita yung video. So, lesson learned. Okay, so mad ko na ba? Sabi ni Justin Felicia, mad na mad! Ayan, isa kayong may mga interaction na tayo. Ayan. Don't worry, Celestial, I'll put the link of the video here para makita nyo. Okay? So, next. Number 2, ayan, is don't be discouraged. Diba? So, kapag meron kang passion, if you already have that advocacy, you've already discovered your passion, I want you to don't stop with your passion, don't stop with your dream, and don't be discouraged with it kasi ang daming mga challenges na mangyayari. I tell you, maraming mga pagdadaanan kayo, etc. And I want you not to be discouraged with it. Let me share my story. So, this is my mom. Nakita niyo siya sa picture. Medyo dramatic lang yung picture niya dyan. Ayan, scale ko pa para masyadong madrama. Ayan. So this is my mom. And I don't know, but it's 3 or 4 times already na kapag nagvo-volunteer ako, may nangyayari sa kanya. Like, the first time was when we were in North Cotabato. It was the first time na nilabas namin yung camp namin, yung MAD camp namin outside our hometown, Silan and Romblon. We went to Cotabato and got volunteers. And habang sobrang saya ko na nag-volunteer, sumisigaw ako ng, mad ka na ba? Mad na, ganun sa mga bata. Biglang tumawag yung not evil, elder sister. Ayan, sabi niya, hoy, saan ka na? Kailangan mong umuwi dahil si mama na hospital. So tumaas daw yung sugar ni mama at kailangan ko pumunta ulit sa hometown ko, which is Zamboanga, and to attend to my mom's need. So that happened not just once. It happened for the second time naman. I think nasa Davao kami noon. Same thing. I was in a camp with the volunteers, yung sobrang, when you volunteer, you're parang you're high kasi you're very fulfilled and satisfied and all of those. Tapos bila na naman you receive this call and telling you that, hey, you need to go back home dahil na mild stroke si mama. This time na mild stroke naman si mama. So sometimes you ask yourself why. I mean, sa dami ba naman ng tao, sa dami ba naman ng mga volunteers, bakit ikaw, diba, bakit ikaw na gustong andyan gumagawa ng pagbabago, gumagawa ng mga gusto mong gawin sa buhay? And bakit si mama, diba, bakit si mama dahil tanda na siya? At yung pinaka malaking bakit ay, bakit ngayon pa? Bakit hindi pwede after the camp? Bakit hindi pwede pagkatapos na lang ng lahat? Bakit kailangan ngayon pa kung kailan sobrang na-enjoy mo na yung pag-volunteer, you're at the peak, and there may nangyayaring gano'n? Well, yeah, tama ka, Justin Felicia. Ang sakit. masakit talaga, yung maramdaman mong gano'n. But you know what? Through these years, I learned that it's part of your story. And nangyayari yun just to make you even stronger, to make you even bolder, 'di ba? Para malaman mo rin kung gusto mo ba talaga yung pangarap mo, kung gusto mo ba talaga yung ginagawa mo. It tests you eh. It just challenges you. The situation might challenge you. Pinaparamdam niya sa'yo kung, hey, gusto mo ba talaga yung ginagawa mo? Try nga natin to. At kung patuloy mo siyang gagawin, there, I realized that this is really what I want to do. This is my passion. And I'll do whatever it takes. May nangyari man, syempre tanggapin mo yun. But eventually, you need to move forward and look at the brighter side. Diba? Sale? And sobrang clingy kasi ng aso kong to. Ayan. Ikaw na lang kayo mag-talk. Ayan. So, ayun. So, don't be discouraged and just continue what you love to do. Kasi there will be challenges. And I tell you, it's not just 100 challenges. It's a lot. At itetest niya kung gusto mo ba talaga yung ginagawa. At mararamdaman mo na gusto mo talaga yung ginagawa mo. Kasi kapag nalagpasan mo yung challenge na yun, so, yeah, this is it. This is my passion. And I'll continue doing it. And hindi lang nangyari yun twice. It happened thrice and even 4 times and for the last time. For the last time that it happened was during the preparation of our tayo entry, the 10 accomplished youth organizations. We were about to enter our third project sa 10 accomplished youth organization. And during the peak of preparation, my sister again called me and said, Mako, you need to go home or baka kailangan mong dumiretso sa hospital. And yeah, so katulad pa rin, the same story. I went home. I actually went straight to the hospital already, and saw my mom in her deathbed. I saw my mom with the doctor trying to revive her, and the last message I got from my mom was, kasi tinanong ko siya, sabi tumawag yung yaya namin, sabi ng yaya ko na hindi daw makahinga ng mabuti si mom, and tinawagan ko siya, and I talked to my mom and I asked her, Ma, do you want me to bring you to the hospital? I'll call the ambulance, etc., etc. And what she said was, no, just ikaw na bahala. That was her words. Ikaw na bahala. And for the last time, it was a piece of advice again to me that, Mako, you know what you love to do. You just do what you want. Just do what you love because that will make you happy. You will thrive there and that's your passion. Until the last time, Mom even just gave me that advice na to really do what you love because dun ka magiging masaya, dun ka magiging successful. So don't be discouraged. Kahit anong mangyari, gawin mo yung project na nasa isip mo. Kahit may COVID-19 pa yan, may pandemic, ituloy mo, walang makakapagpigil sa'yo. Kapag walang budget, magkakaroon yan, just stop your friends, and everything will follow if you have that strong passion in your project that you had. Yun. So, mad ka na ba? Yan. So yeah, thank you very much sa mga messages nyo. I am reading it. Yeah, kay Jasmine, kay Aika, kay Ian. Yeah, I can all read that. So number 3 is do it and deliver. So if you have a project in mind, if you have that passion, you just really need to do it. And eventually, you will deliver. I tell you, I promise. There. So this is the photo of the first Mad Camp we had. As you can see, sobrang pixelated pa niya kasi dinownload ko lang yan sa Facebook. Tapos, we don't have a tarpaulin yet. Alam niyo yung streamer na pinagpinturahan pa. Ayan. Tapos, sobrang payat ko pa dyan, walang makain. Ayan. So, this was the first photo of our mad camp in Basilan. And when we started this, we actually don't know what to do. Hindi namin alam paano simulan, hindi namin alam paano kausap ng mga bata, paano mag-coordinate sa school. Hindi namin alam kung ano ba talaga yung gusto namin marating. We just want to pay it forward sa lahat ng mga meron kami. And we had that strong passion to make a difference. That's why we started this first ever camp in Basilan with 10 kids. Para sa amin, it was just a game na, sige, punta tayo ng Basilan, punta ka dito sa Basilan, magdala ka ng school supplies, at meron akong mga activities na gagawin, and let's do it. Ayan. And I'm so happy to share with you that after 10 years from that simple camp in Basilan, we've reached 70 camps all over the Philippines. Name it, from Batanes, Jolo, we went to Sulu, we went to Davao, we went to Romblon, we went to La Union, we went to Tuguegarao, 70 areas all over the Philippines. And with that 10 kids, we have now 3,500 and more kids that we were able to help. And from 2 volunteers, kung saan kami nagsimula, we now have more than 500 volunteers all over the Philippines and even all over the world. Kasi we have volunteers in Australia, in New Zealand. Yeah, so from that small start, we've reached this. And naniniwala ako na it's all because hindi kami nag-stop sa kung ano yung gusto namin gawin, at tinuloy lang namin kung ano yung nasa puso namin. It was all passion. We just did it, na ano lang namin, and yeah, nabigla na lang siyang nag-deliver. I tell you, if sinusunod nyo lang yung puso ninyo, and if you have that passion, just need to do it, and eventually everything will fall into its places there. So ayan, we didn't realize that we were in newspapers, we were featured in different TV shows. Nasa ASAP, feature ako sa ASAP, tapos we got interviewed in ABS-CBN for the Game Changer, several media castings. We were published in different newspapers and etc. It's all because of the passion that we had. It's because of that simple idea of doing that small outreach program and turn it into a big volunteer opportunity for a lot of youth volunteers now. There. Mad ka na ba? Yay! Ayan. Tama. So number 4, we only have 4 tips and 4 steps. So this will be the last. Ayan. So number 4 is dedicate your distinction. So lahat, ayan, marami nagmamad na. Sabi ni Jasmine, ni Aika, ni Emmanuel, ni Kai, ni Aika, ni Elton, ni Johaira, lahat yan. Ayan, thank you very much sa mga replies ninyo na mad na. So, yun, all of your distinctions, all of your accomplishments, all of your blessings, always dedicate it to the people behind who have helped you reach that distinction, that accomplishment, or those na mga nag-inspire sa'yo. So, yeah, and so just showing you a slide of all the accomplishments that I have achieved for the last how many years already. We got trophies by tayo, 2 trophies. I had this award, CSR Youth Awards, then Outstanding Mandalenyo, Ulirang Mandalenyo, Outstanding Sambuangenyo, all of these. Tapos we got interviewed we had recognition by the Senate. Tapos we had para photo ops with the president and vice presidents, and all of these are something that I didn't really wanted to have, but just came because of the passion that we had in making a difference. And I'm showing this to you not to brag, but for you to be inspired. Like, hey, come on. Ako, batang taga Basilan na 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 no na no walang masyadong opportunities before, have achieved all of this. And what more kayo, I mean the millennials now who have all the networks, have all the opportunities to do what they want, and to get that no kung ano-ano pang mga conferences, mga talks, mga opportunities abroad, and etc. So just hold on to your dream, just be passionate about it, and everything will come next like this. Kasi these are actually etong mga to parang add-ons na lang to sa akin. Okay, dahil ginawa mo yan, bibigyan kita ng ganyan, bibigyan kita ng ganyan. Yeah. So everything. So don't make this as your aim, but just something parang inspiration for you to be inspired more. So there. So next slide, ayan, these are just some of the many volunteers of I Am Making a Difference. And we always say that kung nasa ng MAD, it's because of the volunteers that we have. It's because of their passion also kung bakit sobrang for me kasi successful ang MAD because hindi ko na kailangan namin mga founders personally na pumunta sa camp and to look over a specific activity because we have volunteers who's very passionate of doing it also. And I think that's a success for me because you were able to inspire them to also do something not just for themselves, for themselves, but also for the community and for the country. And I tell them I can actually die anytime because you guys, the volunteers of I Am Making Difference, are already there, and I'm guaranteed and I'm assured that the legacy or the things that we started will, continue even though wala na si Kuya Mako. So these are my inspiration, and they are my inspiration. And I always tell them that, kayo ang pundasyon ng I Am Making a Difference at kayo yung magpapatuloy ng advokasya na siguro sinimulan ko pero pinagpatuloy nyo. You are the life of I Am Making a Difference. There. So I always dedicate all the recognitions that we receive to them. Lahat yan sila. And yung mga kahit wala dito sa picture, yan, kasi hindi nakapunta sa event namin. So this photo, ayan, I'm so happy to share that this photo, ang payat-payat ko pa dyan at sobrang glossy ko pa. Diba? Yung ate ko kasi, ayan. This was during the awarding of the Search for Outstanding Volunteers of the National PNVSA, Philippine National Volunteer Service Agency. The ED of PNVSA was here, diba? Yeah, he was able to talk earlier. So this was during one of their awarding ceremonies. And sabi ko, when I was during the interview of this search, yung search for outstanding volunteers, tinanong ako, so, Mako Rapanso, what, the question was, parang Miss Universe, the question was, what, ang tawag doon, bakit ikaw? Parang ganon. What sets you apart? Why will we choose you to win the search for outstanding volunteer? And you know what? I just replied, ma'am, sir, if you're looking for a volunteer who, dedicated his whole life, sacrificed a lot of things just to volunteer and make a difference. Just like Efren Peña Florida, who sacrificed his career and teach kids in the street. Sabi ko, ma'am, maybe that's not me. I mean, hindi yan ako. I'm not an outstanding volunteer because isa lang akong ordinaryong volunteer na may oras, may mga kaibigan, at gustong gumawa ng pagbabago. And lo and behold, after that interview, after several weeks, someone called me and announced that I was able to make it and they'll be giving the award to me. And tingnan niyo sa picture na to, I'm beside Kuya Efren Peña Florida, di ba? And nakakagulat na parang, wow, siya yung tao na mention ko na hindi ko kasing level kasi hindi naman ako napag-sacrifice ng ganun kalaki. But the award was given by Efren himself. So, tayo mga volunteers, if we do something, it doesn't, parang we are all outstanding already, di ba? What we do are very outstanding and you just need to keep on doing it because eventually you will be awarded by PNBSC, di ba? And etc. Other award-giving organizations. So there. Next. Ayan. So that's it. That's the 4 tips and this is just a summary. I want you to always remember the 4 tips on how to turn your passion into action. Number 1 is to dream deeper. Don't be discouraged. Do it and deliver and dedicate your distinction. And I want you to take a picture, to screenshot this, and later before you go to sleep, say it 3 times. Okay? So before you go to sleep tonight, I want you to read it and read it 3 times. But now I will read it for you. I will always dream big and never be discouraged. I will do it now because I believe I can deliver. All this, I dedicate every distinction to my inspiration. So mamaya, bago kayo matulog, take a screenshot of this slide and I want you to read it 3 times. Kasi sabi nila, kapag sinasabi mo yung mga bagay for 3 times, hindi lang siya naiiwan sa utak mo, kundi naiiwan din sa puso mo. So I want you to say this 3 times and always remember this day. Diba? Ayun. So sabi ni Jasmine pa, how we can keep in touch with you, Kuya Mako. Ayan. So, bago ko sagutin yan, sagutin niyo muna yung tanong ko. Mad ka na ba? Ha? Mad ka na ba, Sil? Ayan. Mad ka na ba, guys? Andyan pa ba kayo? Ayan, mad na, sabi ni Aika. Okay? So, eto yung mga social networking sites na I am making a difference. We are on Facebook, we are on Instagram and Twitter, and please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have a YouTube channel and I started a weekly blog called A Minute with Kuya Mako. It's like an inspiration thing for some minutes. And please watch the video. Ayan. And we also have Mad Talks podcast. We are on Spotify. So because of the COVID-19 pandemic, so we cannot do mga events. What we did was, etong ginagawa ko, we share volunteer stories, but eto naman through a podcast. So if you have a Spotify account or if you can search naman sa Facebook namin, there's an anchor site there para mapakinggan nyo yung mga volunteer stories ng hindi lang sa akin, ng marami pang mga volunteers. So we are on, I think, on the 16th episode already of our Mad Talks podcast, and I encourage you to also listen to the other volunteer stories to be inspired. Ayan. So madaming salamat. At if you have any questions, my number is on the slide. And please follow me on my Instagram. That's at mako.travanso. Okay? So always remember the 4Ds, and I really hope that everything will be better soon. And lahat kayo ng nasa bahay, you can all make a difference. You just, by staying at home is already making a difference because you're helping our frontliners, stop the spread of the virus. And by staying at home, just be engaged with your family, your mom, your dad, your family. That's already making a difference. I'm so touched by your messages of support. I think sobrang inspiring to. Kapag sinasabi niya na you are inspired, well, I'm so much more inspired by your comments, and I will let the other volunteers may pa-disclaimer. Ayan, all the volunteers, I'll let all the volunteers of my know your messages because it's them who are running the organization already. Ayan. Furthermore, the assumption, views, opinions, and research made by the host speakers. May sinabi ba ako? Wala naman, di ba? Ayan. So maraming salamat po. And I hope, pa naman at that time ko, I think this is the first time na hindi ako nag-succeed sa talk ko sa oras. Kasi nga, online. Ayan. So, thank you very much. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel and like our Facebook page. And follow me on Instagram. So, mga nasa 100k na, so sana may 100 followers agad. Okay, so maraming salamat. And nakikita ba ako sa video? Kasi ang kulit-kulit ng sale eh. Yeah. There. So there you go. What's next, guys?
All right. Thank you so much, Kuya Mako. Truly an inspiration po. Ayan. Ano ba to si Kuya Mako? Of course, talagang idol ko talaga si Kuya Mako. Again, thank you so much for being a speaker for this. I hear some technical difficulties, but okay. Now, may we request our speakers to turn on your video cameras because now we will be starting our open forum. Again, thank you so much, Kuya Mako, for your such an inspiring talk. If you have any questions, Kuya Mako, ayan, kung may questions na nag-pop agad sa isip nyo, you can now ask agad because now is the time for our open forum. So from our first speaker from Sir De La Cruz to Kuya Mako, now is the time for you to give your questions. So now, you may now ask your questions to everyone at YouTube, sa mga kamismo natin dyan. Please state the name of your name, address, where your city, hindi naman full address, and the name of the speaker you would like to ask, and your question. May we now call again Kuya Kevin and Kuya Jay Segovia, or AVP for Internal Affairs, to look at our chat box for our questions. Kuya Jay, Kuya Kevin, andyan ka po ba?
Hi, Myros.
Oh, again, yeah. Hi, hello Kuya Kevin. Habang hinahanap pa actually nila Kuya Kevin ang mga questions, again, may we have a disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed by the host, speakers, and delegates do not state or reflect those of the organization and its management. Furthermore, the assumptions, views, opinions, and situations made by the host, speakers, and delegates not reflect those of the event, the management, and the organization. All right, Kuya Kevin, are you there?
Yes, ito. We have our first question. Mula kay Sydney, but the problem is di natin ang kanito ina-address. So feeling ko siguro sa lahat. So what do you think is the most important thing that we should be teaching to the youth of today? From Sydney Joseph Torrenueva. Yeah. First question. Ay pala. Sydney Joseph L. Torrenueva from Dagat Camarines North. His question is, what is the most important thing that we should be teaching to the youth today? So I think para sa lahat siguro to. Siguro at least one sentence lang. So to Sir Meiji, Rex, Kuya Mako, Ma'am Fedi, Ma'am Elsa. Question po atin is, what do you think is the most important thing that we should be teaching to the youth of today?
if I could go first, if that's okay,
Yes,
just to
yes,
get
you
things
can.
rolling.
Yes.
For me, just at the top of my head, it's there's always something more. There's always something more that you could do. And I just like to leave the message that you may do good sometimes, you may do excellently. There's always some way that you could scale that up. There's always some way where you could have said something more and maybe inspired more people. Maybe try to form some partnerships and whatever it is. There's always more, and constantly search for that.
Okay. So thank you, Rex. So for siguro next proceed tayo sa next questions kasi madami-dami yung questions natin. So next question from Celestine Bernas from Davao City to Kuya Mako. Don't be number two, don't be discouraged. How do you handle rejections no matter how we work hard for things we love? 'Cause things don't happen the way they want to. They, they want them to be. Ayun. So how do
Okay.
we handle rejections, Kuya
Sa
Mako?
akin yan, no? Ayan, so,
Yes po.
yeah, what's her name?
Um, si Celestine Bernas from Davao
Ayan,
City.
Celestial. Ayan. So, maayong buntag, Celestial. Ayan. So, go mga taga Mindanao. Ayan. So, thank you for your, ayan. Thank you for your question. And, yeah. So, how do you handle mga rejections? I've experienced a lot of rejections. Sobrang dami na tipong it will pull you down. But always go back to the reason why you started what you're doing. That's everything eh. Kapag nawawalan ka na ng gana or kapag merong mga taong nagbabatikos, nagre-reject sa'yo, not lang tao but situations, I want you to go back to the reason why you started and focus on that because you will be energized and you will know the reason not to stop and just pick up yourself and start again your fight. So it's going back to the purpose of why you're doing what you're doing and focus on that because eventually you will tell to the rejections that you are receiving, hey, rejection ka lang, ito yung pangarap ko, ito yung gusto kong gawin, ito yung passion ko, at walang makakapagpigil sa akin na aabutin yun at gawin yan. Dahil mataas at malalim ang pangarap ko para sa aking sarili, para sa aking komunidad, at para sa aking bayan. There. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Kuya Mako. So we will proceed to our next question from Dave D from Tacloban City. I have a question. What was your biggest obstacle as an active volunteer? Siguro na-address to kay Kuya Mako.
Okay. The biggest challenge as an active volunteer was the question of hanggang kailan ka maging active volunteer. Kasi bilang hindi na tayo bumabata, ayan, because we age, there are a lot of things to consider, like your career, your finances, kung saan ka magpo-focus. And you know what? There was a time na sinabi ko sa sarili ko na, okay, until at 30 years old, I'll stop volunteering kasi I want also to focus on myself. I want to also build my career. I want also to start thinking of myself. But you know what? Hindi naman ganun eh. I mean, alam niyo yung ano nga yung hierarchy of needs, 'di ba? Before you help others, dapat sarili mo na. But it's different. So for me, it's yung challenge na mag-stop ka, mag-volunteer, pero sinasabi mo sa sarili mo na hindi pwede kasi nasa dugo mo yun. At may mga volunteers na mas marami pang ma-inspire dahil nag-volunteer ka. Yun pala, volunteer not just because of the beneficiaries that you're helping. Volunteer because there will be a lot more volunteers who will be inspired of the reason why you volunteer. So we volunteer not just to help the kids, not just to help build a home for a family, but we volunteer because you want to inspire more people to also volunteer. Like ikaw, di ba, nag-volunteer ka dahil sinabihan ka ng kaibigan mo na mag-volunteer rin. So keep on volunteering. And yung challenge na yon na sometimes you will think na magsa-stop na ako dahil matanda na ako or pagod na ako. Just go back to the reason why you started volunteering. And I believe that's all because of love. At ang pagmamahal na yun ang magdadala sa iyo kung saan man kapatungo. There.
Okay, thank you, Kuya Mako. Ayan, thank you,
Okay.
Kuya Mako. So we're moving on to the next question. Medyo madami-dami ang questions. Tanong ko to kay Sir Meiji. Yan. I just want from Evelyn Tweed Malaluan. Yan. Actually, medyo parang may question lang siya dito. Mr. J. So, Sir, I just want to ask if pwede din po maka-request ng supports such as financial or solicit ng isang org aside sa mga benefits po that you have mentioned kanina. Yun po.
Alright.
Sir Meiji.
Mag-solicit, mag-benefit. As for now, NYC kasi do not provide basic services such as financial assistance to youth organization. But actually, you can write to the National Youth Commission through our area officer if you are in Bacolod, tama ba? Bacolod. Anyway, if you're from Visayas, we have two area offices in Visayas. One is new and we added in Iloilo. So although we cannot provide financial assistance, pwede kaming makatulong sa other assistance, technical assistance. Siguro materials very limited kasi yung resources namin pagdating sa mga ganyan. So, just let us know kung ano yung ibang matulong. We can actually refer you to other agencies na pwedeng mag-provide ng kailangan. But as to the financial assistance coming from the National Youth Commission itself, wala kaming program for that. But we can also link you to the local youth development office or the Sangguniang Kabataan kasi they have a again, mas mapapalawak ang advocacy ninyo or mga needs, mas ma-address if you become a member of the local youth development office. Kasi you will be part of the planning and Sangguniang Kabataan through their local youth development or UYDP. They also have their own resources which they can also provide to us.
Ayun. Okay. Okay, we'll proceed. Thank you, Sir Meiji. We'll proceed to the next question. To all, sa lahat ng ating mga speakers, how to make a difference during this pandemic? So we will start to Miss Ma'am Feli from Pinavska. Yes po. How
Yes
to
po.
make a difference during this pandemic?
May I just reiterate po yung sinabi ni Director kanina na in any way we can at nasabi rin po ng mga speakers from the NYC, NYBC, IAMAD, Youth and SDGs, gawin kung ano yung nakikita, especially po sa yung malapit po sa atin, yung accessible lang, lalo na at hindi naman tayo pwedeng lumayo. And then, using technology, pwede po ninyong i-share yung inyong talent and skill in information technology. I think alam niyo na po kung paano dahil nga po kanina maraming i-share din sa atin. So, yun lang po, ni-reiterate ko lang yung sinabi ng Director kanina.
Okay. Thank you po, Ma'am Feli. So, sa ating kasama sa YORP, si Miss Elsa. So, yung same question din po, ma'am. How to make a difference po during this pandemic po? Nakamute po kay Ma'am Elsa. Ayan, okay.
Sorry. So
Okay
first
po.
of all, I want to greet everyone. Good afternoon.
Good
And
afternoon po.
with regard to the question, no, on how do we mahina kasi yung signal mo, no? Paano maging
How to make a difference po, ma'am,
how to make a difference, no?
during this
In addition
pandemic.
to Ma'am Feli's answer, no, be a role model na rin, maging role model na rin tayo sa ating mga kapwa, no? Pwedeng maging inspiration tayo kahit nasa bahay lang tayo, no? We can create inspirational videos for our family and friends, no? To inspire them to become a better person during this time of pandemic, no? So like yung ginagawa din ng MAD, no, ng I Am MAD, like what Conrad have mentioned earlier, he has been an inspiration to many, no? Kahit nasa pandemic tayo ngayon, hindi nagkulang ang I Am MAD, no, to encourage, no, kabataan, fellow youth na maging inspiration or role model to fellow youth, no. So ano pa nga ba yung pwede nating gawin? So maraming bagay na pwedeng gawin kasi ang kabataan hindi nawawalan ng idea. Kasi ang kabataan laging may bagong mga fresh ideas, no? Ang mga SK, nagpapa-TikTok sila. Ang isang member na organization namin, yung Guhit Pinas Bulacan, nagkaroon sila ng online sorry tumatahol yung aso ko. Nagkaroon sila ng online parang yung magdo-drawing sila, no? Pero naipo-post nila yung mga drawings na yun online at sinishare natin to sa your page, no? So maraming pwedeng gawin yung kabataan na nakaka-inspire. At for us na adult, no, sa NYC nakikita namin yung effort ng mga kabataan natin at na-appreciate natin ito. So yun lamang po.
Commute, Kevs.
Okay, thank you po, Ma'am Elsa. So we're moving on to the next question po. I think this is for Brex. From Realiza R. Magnaye from Legazpi City, Bicol, sorry. Do you think through volunteerism we can achieve the 17 SDGs? Why or why not?
Okay, that's a trick question in a sense. In the sense that there are different levels that you're looking at. It could be from a local government sense, it could be from a national sense, regional, global. And quite frankly, when you look at all the data, it doesn't seem like we will. There are lots of challenges there, and COVID has just really ramped things up and worsened chances in achieving many of these goals. But there is still hope that's there. There's still the drive that's there. And we need, when it comes right down to it, we need to be addressing these. For example, when it comes to education, I don't think we'll be stopping from advocating or for pursuing more high quality or more inclusive education just because we see a bad statistic. Just because we see that education right now may not be as inclusive as it should be, doesn't mean we should be stopping. Like Ma'am Elsa said, all of us are youth. I would say one of the best aspects or features, characteristics of the youth is that ability to tap into creativity. That ability to tap into that, the innate passion that's there, the energy that's there, that seems to be more apparent and readily available in the youth compared to other to the older people. No offense, ma'am, but it's just that as you grow older, you start to have a job, a family, and it becomes harder just from a practical sense to do all these volunteer works, to get involved in multiple things. because you do have responsibilities at home. So I hope that despite the difficulties in achieving these goals, that we do not stop in striving for them.
Thank you, Rex, for answering our question. So we have last two questions na lang para at least kasi overtime na tayo. So I think for all, siguro mga maiksi lang. What is your promise as a Filipino youth volunteer? Okay. So siguro kay France, we're going to our national president. What is your promise as a youth Filipino volunteer?
Promise, siguro sa akin, hanggat may kabataan, wag magsasawang magtiwala na may pag-asa pa para sa bayan.
Okay,
So
thank
yun,
you.
tiwala sa kabataan. Lagi magtiwala sa kabataan.
Okay. So, Kuya Mako? Kuya Mako, nakamute ka ata, Kuya Mako.
Ayan, so
Ayan.
promise ko, I will always dream deep and never die. Joke lang. Yan yung sinabi ko kanina. Promise ko siguro na patuloy magmahal kasi just to continue to love no matter what. Love our fellow Filipinos, love our community, and love our country no matter what, diba? So I think that's a promise of every volunteer na kilala ko, na patuloy silang magmahal, hindi lang para sa sarili, kundi para sa bayan din. And I think that's also my promise. Kasi pag andun yung pagmamahal, kapag mahal natin yung ginagawa natin, kahit anong mangyari, kahit ang daming challenges, gagawin natin. Dahil, mahal nga natin yung bagay na yun. So yun. So I'll always continue to love no matter what.
Okay, thank you, Kuya Mako. Siguro, for the last question, no, for our, siguro to, sa PNABSCA and NYC, siguro, what is the biggest contribution of volunteerism in nation building? Feli?
Well, ever since time immemorial, it has been bayanihan. The bayanihan spirit has been the tool for development from the rural areas to even during this time of pandemic dito sa urban areas, sa city. Dahil sa, sorry, ano yung question? Sorry po, ano na nga po yung question?
Nakamute, Kebs.
Okay. Ma'am, what is the biggest contribution of volunteerism in nation building?
Ayun, solidarity. I think it is solidarity. It made people come together, and then yun nga, yung sabi ng mga speakers natin kanina, dahil sa pag-ibig, ayun, lalo tayong nabubuklod. It has made our nation united. And yun.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you po. To NYC po, Sir Meiji, what is the biggest contribution of volunteerism in nation building?
And as an agency that advocates for the voice of the Filipino youth, of course, the biggest contribution of the volunteerism is, of course, yung redefining of the youth participation. Ang laki ng nabigay ng youth participation sa ating bansa, no? It helps cohesive and stronger community, and also yun nga, yung critical ideas ng mga youth natin, and hindi lang yung pag-participate ng mga activity, but as well as providing the best ideas for them in working with the government. So I think yun yung isa sa mga contribution na nabigay ng volunteerism. And in the National Youth Commission, we still believe is the youth still the hope of the motherland. That's why we're still continue working for the youth with the help of our other national agencies and of course our other youth volunteer organizations.
Okay, thank you po, sir. To Miss Elsa po, same rin po question. What's the biggest contribution of volunteerism in nation building po? Sa youth naman, sa
Actually,
mga youth
oo.
organization.
Actually, sa akin, ako proud na proud ako sa mga nakatrabaho ko ng mga kabataan, no? Ako ay patuloy na nananalig sa kanila. Ang biggest contribution nyo ng mga kabataan, mga volunteers, is yung pagiging an inspiration sa ating mga kapwa kabataan. Hindi lang sa kapwa kabataan, kundi sa amin na rin na medyo umiedad na, no? Sa inyo kami kumukuha ng lakas, no? Para maipagpatuloy namin sa NYC yung aming vision tsaka mission na maging voice and advocate of the youth, no? Yung pagiging mission driven nyo, no? Nandun yung puso nyo, yung pagmamahal sa bayan nyo, nandun. At natutuwa kami sa NYC, lalo na sa aming mga ate at kuya ninyo na palaging sumusubaybay sa inyo. Kung minsan nagkukulang kami, alam nyo naman na hindi rin namin na maiiwasan, no? Na maging ganon. Pero ano't ano man ang mangyayari, you have been an inspiration to us, your ates and kuyas at NYC and all of the other agencies in the Philippines and also around the world. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you po, Ma'am Elsa. So, sa mga ating mga ibang questions, no, do-compile namin yan and i-send po natin sa ating mga speakers para mas maliwanagan kayo para doon sa mga inyong mga question and answer. Ay, sa inyong mga questions, at bigyan naman kayo ng answers. No? So, again, thank you po sa mga nag-participate sa ating Q&A. So, I think we should take siguro ng virtual photo op, no? Before Maeros takes over. So, at sa ating mga speakers, okay, naka-turn on po yung video. So, again, okay, let's bye. So, ayan, sa ating mga kasama sa NYBC, turn on din po yung mga video nyo, video camera. Okay, so, yan po. So, okay. Let's take a picture. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Alright. Okay. Thank you, Mary. Okay, thank you po. So, Myrus. Myrus, are you there? Okay, nakamute ka ata, Myrus. Nawawala ata yun siya, Myrus. Okay.
And hi, Myrus.
Hello.
Hi,
All
Myrus.
right, I'm so sorry
Okay.
for the technical difficulties, but that was such an amazing open forum. That is why I didn't participate for the open forum, because of technical difficulties. It happens in these online live events. But again, thank you so much to the speakers and lending your time for our youth volunteers and of course sa ating mga ka-MISMO sa pag-participate sa ating open forum. Again, thank you so much to everyone. Now, can we have a photo op? Can all of you turn on your cameras to everyone here?
Oo, isa pa.
Yeah, let's take a picture.
Yes. Isa pa. Siguro sa ibang sinong pwede. Kasi naglalag na yung ano ko.
Yeah, who
Laptop
was
na gamit.
using a laptop? I'm not using the laptop. Earlier, I was.
Man, naka-on yung video. Naka-laptop ka ba? Ayun, si Neil will do. Okay. Kamtam po.
On.
So, okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you for that virtual photo op. Thank you so much again to our speakers. And today was such a fruitful day. Ang napaka-fruitful ng araw. Talagang makikita natin ang passion at ang dedication ng ating mga kabataan at kayong mga kabataan sa pag-volunteer. lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya, may kita talaga natin ang ating puso at ang ating pagiging open when it comes to volunteering all for the Filipinos. So now, to formally close our event, may we now call on Ms. Sarah Jane Pepito, the Alliance Convener of the National Youth Volunteers Coalition, for her to address her closing remarks. Hello po, Ate Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, nasa labas kasi ako, so baka na yung noise. So anyway, I hope you guys have learned a lot and thank you for staying. I know napakahaba ng program natin, pero thank you so much and I hope na you feel inspired to make a change by doing a volunteer work. And as Kuya Mako shared, let's make our passion take into action because our country needs more young people, active young people like you, and more importantly, we only have a decade, so 10 years na lang to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. And I know you're very excited and motivated to help, so I would just like to share, to end this program, I would just like to share some volunteer opportunities that you can join. Ayun. So marami tayong mga viewers. Ayan. Yung iba, ang alam ko, nagkaroon pa ng group viewing. So, hello guys. Sa
Yes,
mga, ayan. Basta practice social distancing lang, ha? And wear your mask. Ayan. Thank you, Kevin. Ayan. So, for our first volunteer opportunity, actually, World Vision is inviting us to its first ever virtual run. So, yung mga gusto maging fit and gusto pang maging fit, diba? So parts of the proceeds will go to children supported by World Vision. So specifically, it will go to hygiene kits and school kits. So pasok ka na guys. So back to school campaign ito. And check out their page at World Vision Run. So aside from this virtual run, you can also raise your game by being a fundraiser. So you can start your own fundraising campaign via joytogive.worldvision.gov.ph. So how does it work? First, you'll search for a project that is close to your heart. So meron dun mga products when you check out the website. And then you can invite your friends and family as well to donate until you reach your target amount. Okay? And then you can customize your fundraising page. For example, you want, kunyari, birthday nyo. So pwede kunyari, Sarah's 22nd Manyanita fundraising campaign. Kunyari, ganyan. So, kung gusto nyo mag-fundraise ng, say, 22nd birthday, gusto mo mag-raise ng 22,000 pesos, diba? So, at the end of your fundraising, you can also receive updates to know your impact, to know about the impact that you've made. So, again, that's joytogive.worldvision.org.ph. Okay, next slide, please. So, another volunteer opportunity, we have here an invitation from UNSDS and Youth Philippines. So, they're looking for home-based volunteers who can be data gatherers, data churners, and data presenters. So, if you want to contribute in the fight against COVID-19, diba? And you think you have the skills and expertise in this field, we urge you to join the UN Task Force on COVID-19 through the UNSDS Youth. So, please check out their page. And lastly, we have, nag-ano ulit siya, Kegs, nawala siya. Okay. Lastly, we have the UP the Ugnayan ng Pahinungod Committee on Psychosocial Emergency Services. So actually, UP Pahinungod is the official volunteer arm of the University of the Philippines system. So they're looking for UP faculty, staff, or alumni volunteers who can be psychological first aid providers for the online Istoryahan with Maramba National High School in OWAS Albay. So guys, these are just some volunteer opportunities you can join in. And for more updates about the National Youth Volunteers Coalition, please follow us on our social media accounts and Facebook. And if you're interested to partner with us, let's say you're a member of an organization and you want to partner with us, please send in your partnership proposals at nyvolunteerscoalition@gmail.com. So we're looking forward for your for future partnerships with you. Sabi nga kanina sa talks, diba? Partnership is the key, diba? So there. That's it, Myrus. Thank you so much and happy volunteering.
Okay, happy volunteering indeed. Grabe. Now we started at 1:30 and now it's currently 5:41. What a wonderful day, and thank you so much, Ate Sarah, for giving us these opportunities and of course for your closing remarks. again, no, that is the end of the summit. Isa na namang summit ang magtatapos ngayong araw. Sana ay mas nakuha kayo ng mga idea, kayo mga kamismo, you, the participants, at of course, para sa ating mga panauhin, and of course, for our advocacies. So, Kuya Kevin, you have a message for our participants for today? Kuya Kevin? Nandiyan to ba si Kuya Kevin?
Before tayo mag-closing spiel, ipakita natin yung second winner natin. Okay.
Ay, oo, may raffle pa pala tayo. Oo, baka nakalimutan. Sige.
Wait lang po. So, ang ating second winner.
Ako, may load na naman. May
yan,
load.
Congratulations, Sydney Joseph L. Torrenueva from Daet Camarines Norte, Bicol. Abangan
wow,
mo lang
from the
text
Bicol
message.
region.
Yes, from Bicol.
Congratulations,
So,
Sydney.
for the final prize,
Ako, 500
i-email
pesos
namin
yung
kayo
dalawa.
kasi medyo madugo ang process nito. So, okay. So, yan. Antayin nyo lang email namin. And sa mga winners kanina, yung first winner and yung second winner si Sydney, abangan nyo yung text message namin kung paano nyo makiklaim yung prize. Madali lang naman ang pag-claim. Okay. So, para sa ating sa aming social media accounts, ito po aming social media accounts, www.facebook.com/nybcofficial, and sa aming website, sites.google.com/view/volunteer.
Thank you so much, Kuya Kevin. Ayan na, drum roll na siguro tayo. Ito na yung grand winner, grand prize natin for today.
So, ang ating grand prize is, ang ating grand prize is sasabihin natin sa email or sa ating Facebook page. Okay? Kasi, i-verify pa natin. So, mananalo.
Ay, okay. So,
and, ang ating evaluation form po,
suspense pa pala yung grand
may
prize natin.
suspense.
We will
Correct.
be emailing. Ayan.
Yes. And para sa evaluation form, stay lang po kayo sa live chat kasi ito-post namin ang form link ng evaluation. Sagutan nyo po ito kasi importante po ito for your certificates. So, ayan. Sana ay napukaw palalo ang ating mga makabayan diwa at kumekta tayo sa mga tungkulin at mga gagawin pa natin mga kabataang volunteer sa gitna ng epidemya o pandemya. So, muli po ako po si Kevin.
At ako nga po pala, si Myros. Sino mismo?
Tayo mismo. Thank you very much sa lahat ng ating speakers from NYC, Pinabska, IMA 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines, ating NYBC officers. Yan, happy second anniversary NYBC. Sa ating saming mga delegado.
Happy second
mismo.
anniversary NYBC.
Yes. Happy second anniversary. Ayan. Kaway-kaway ang ating mga ating mga yan. Pwede kayo mag-upload ng video actually. Para makita rin kayo. Yan. Yun ang ating mga nakasama sa
Grabe,
mismo.
thank you so much for joining.
Congratulations. And thank you po. Sa susunod na mismo, abangan nyo po ang aming mga announcement. So, yung mga bago po activities ang NYBC para sa inyo. So, yan. Thank you very much.